Hi guys, tonight we're going back to a time so distant that even the word history begins to feel slightly inadequate. You are standing beneath a dark prehistoric sky around 60,000 years ago. There are no city lights on the horizon, no roads cutting through the landscape, no towers, clocks, books, maps, or written names for the places around you, above. The stars appear unusually bright, somewhere beyond the edge of the firelight. Insects pulse softly in the grass. A branch cracks in the darkness, perhaps beneath the foot of an animal moving toward water, beside you. A small fire burns low. Its smoke carries the smell of dry wood and roasted roots. Warm air touches one side of your face while the night cools the other. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you settle in, tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is there now. Dim the lights and allow the modern world to become very quiet. Before you begin walking through this ancient landscape, it helps to understand just how different the human world is. There are no nations, there are no permanent towns, there is no agriculture in the form you would recognize today, no fields of wheat stretching toward the horizon, and no herds of domesticated cattle waiting behind fences. Most human beings live in relatively small communities that survive by hunting animals, gathering plants, collecting shellfish where coastlines permit it, fishing in some environments, and moving according to seasons and local resources. Homo sapiens already exist across parts of Africa, and human populations are gradually expanding into regions beyond the continent. Other kinds of humans are also alive. Neanderthals occupy large areas of Europe and Western Asia. Denisovans, known today mostly through genetic evidence and a surprisingly small collection of fossils, inhabit parts of Asia. Other archaic populations may also exist, although their identities remain frustratingly blurred. The world is therefore not simply populated by humans. It is populated by several human lineages, and already, this makes the past far stranger than the simple diagrams you may remember from school. You begin walking away from the fire. The ground feels hard and cool beneath your feet. Dry grasses brush your legs. Moonlight catches pale stones scattered across the earth. Behind you, several people remain close to the flames. One adult turns a piece of wood slowly in their hands, scraping its surface with a sharp stone flake. Another examines the edge of a stone point, testing it carefully with a thumb. A child sits nearby, watching every movement with the quiet attention of someone learning without a classroom, textbook, or scheduled lesson. This is one of the most important things to understand about life 60,000 years ago. Knowledge is everywhere. It is simply not written down. A person must know which plants can be eaten safely, where seasonal water appears, how clouds behave before rain, how animals move through particular valleys, how stone fractures, how wood bends, where predators are likely to travel, and what sounds in the darkness deserve attention. None of this knowledge looks spectacular when archaeologists uncover a campsite thousands of generations later. A few stone flakes may survive, some burned bone, perhaps charcoal, maybe shell, pigment, or a fragment of carefully shaped stone. The conversations are gone, the gestures are gone, the jokes are gone too, which is perhaps archaeology's most serious limitation. You can imagine someone 60,000 years ago making an amusing remark beside a fire, receiving absolutely no appreciation from the rest of the group, and discovering that awkward silence is considerably older than civilization. Yet beneath that small modern comparison lies something important. These people are not unfinished versions of you. Anatomically modern Homo sapiens had already existed for well over 100,000 years by this period. And fossils from Africa, show that our species emerged through a long and complicated evolutionary process rather than appearing suddenly in one perfect form. Their brains operate within fundamentally human social worlds. They cooperate, they remember, they teach, they plan, they recognize individuals. They care for children who remain dependent for many years, and they almost certainly understand their landscapes with an accuracy that would leave most modern travellers looking rather helpless. You pause beside a shallow depression in the ground. Perhaps rain collected here several weeks earlier. Animal tracks overlap in the dried mud. Some are old, some are fresh. To you, they may look like simple impressions. To someone raised in this landscape, they might reveal species, direction, speed, age, perhaps even whether an animal was injured. Much of prehistoric intelligence survives only indirectly in skills like these. Archaeologists can examine tools. Geneticists can reconstruct ancient population relationships. Paleoclimatologists can study past rainfall and temperature, but nobody can excavate a memory. And this is where the so-called missing years of human history begin to feel mysterious. They are not missing because nothing happened. They are missing because almost everything that mattered in daily life was made from materials that decay, spoken aloud, carried in the mind, or performed through behaviour. Wood rots, plant fibres disappear, leather decomposes, tracks vanish, voices leave no fossils. Even entire camps can be erased by rivers, wind, shifting sand, vegetation, or changing coastlines. One lesser-known problem is that vast landscapes used by prehistoric humans are now underwater. During colder phases of the Ice Age, global sea levels were much lower than today because enormous amounts of water were locked inside ice sheets. Coastlines extended outward, exposing plains, river valleys, and travel corridors that the modern ocean later covered. So if early humans regularly used coastal environments, some of their most important campsites may now rest beneath tens of meters of seawater. You look toward an imaginary shoreline far beyond the darkness. Today, waves might roll over places where children once played, where people repaired tools, or where families gathered food along tidal flats. Archaeologists cannot easily search most of those drowned landscapes, and so the map of early humanity contains blank spaces that may be blank only because the evidence is inaccessible. Researchers still disagree about the exact routes and timing of major human expansions beyond Africa. Some evidence supports significant movements roughly between 70,000 and 50,000 years ago, while genetic and archaeological discoveries continue to reveal earlier journeys that may have left fewer descendants. The story refuses to remain tidy. Perhaps that should not surprise you. Human migration has rarely been tidy. People move forward, people return, groups separate, they meet again, populations grow, shrink, merge, or disappear. A route that works for several generations may become impossible when rainfall changes. A coastline may offer abundant food during one climatic phase and become much less useful during another. You continue across the quiet ground. The fire behind you has become a small orange glow. Somewhere nearby, someone speaks softly. You cannot understand the words. No one living today can, but the rhythm is unmistakably social. A response follows, then another. Perhaps instructions are being given. Perhaps a story is being told. Perhaps someone is simply complaining that another person has chosen the least comfortable sleeping place again, around 60,000 years ago. There is already a vast amount of human experience behind you. Generations beyond counting have been born, grown old, raised children, crossed rivers, survived droughts, remembered dangerous places, discovered useful stones, watched storms approach, and learned where food could still be found when familiar resources failed. And yet, almost none of their names survive. That is the strange beginning of your journey. You're not entering an empty age before history. You're entering a crowded human past whose records have mostly vanished. The darkness around you is not silent because nothing happened here. It is silent because time has carried away the voices. You turn back toward the fire. The night air has grown cooler. Smoke rises slowly into the stars and beside those glowing embers. The first question begins to settle gently into your mind. If so many human lives existed before written history, how much of their world have we truly lost? You remain near the fire as the night settles more deeply over the landscape. The flames are smaller now. Red embers glow beneath pieces of blackened wood, and every so often a thin tongue of fire rises, curls around a branch, and disappears again. Someone adds a handful of dry twigs. For a few seconds the light brightens, revealing faces, hands, stone tools, animal hides, and the uneven surface of the ground. Then everything softens back into shadow. Around 60,000 years ago, the human world is made mostly of small communities like this one. There are no crowded cities containing thousands of strangers. There are no governments organizing distant provinces. There are no markets where food arrives from hundreds of kilometers away. Most people probably know nearly everyone they encounter regularly. A band may include several related families, children of different ages, older adults carrying years of practical knowledge, and individuals connected through marriage, exchange, friendship, or shared ancestry. The exact size of such groups would vary greatly according to environment and season. During periods when food is scattered, smaller groups may travel separately. When resources become abundant, several groups might gather together. You can imagine how different that social world feels. Today, you may pass hundreds of unfamiliar faces during a single journey through a city. Here, seeing a stranger could be an event worth remembering. You watch as two people quietly divide pieces of cooked food. One portion is passed toward a child. Another goes to an older woman sitting close to the warmest side of the fire. Food sharing is one of the behaviors that seems likely to have played a major role in prehistoric human survival. Hunting is uncertain. Plant foods can be seasonal. A person who finds food today may be the person who needs help tomorrow. Sharing reduces risk. This basic principle is visible in many historically documented hunter-gatherer societies. Although researchers are careful not to assume that every prehistoric community behaved in exactly the same way, still, cooperation is clearly one of humanity's greatest survival tools. A stone spear point matters, fire matters, but another person willing to share food when your own search has failed may matter even more. You rise and walk a short distance beyond the sleeping area. There are subtle signs that people have occupied this place for several days. Ashes accumulated around the hearth. Broken stone flakes lie near a working area. Several branches have been pushed together to create a simple windbreak. Hides are arranged over low bedding made from grasses or leaves. None of these things would survive easily for 60,000 years. That simple fact creates one of archaeology's great distortions. Stone survives extraordinarily well. Wood usually does not. Because of this, prehistoric people can sometimes appear in museums as creatures whose main hobby was producing sharp rocks. In reality, much of their material world was probably made from wood, fibre, hide, bark, bone, plant stems, feathers, and other organic materials. The stone tools we find may represent only a fraction of what once surrounded them. You notice a wooden digging stick lying near the fire. Its end is hardened and darkened from use. A tool like this could help uncover roots, tubers, insects, or small animals. It could loosen soil. It could assist in gathering plants that leave almost no archaeological evidence nearby. Another person works on a spear shaft. The stone point receives attention because it may survive into the distant future. The wooden shaft will probably vanish. The cord used to bind the point may vanish too. So might the adhesive holding everything together. Yet the complete weapon depends on all of them in parts of Africa. Archaeological evidence shows that humans were producing sophisticated compound tools long before 60,000 years ago. Stone points could be hafted onto wooden shafts using combinations of binding materials and adhesives. This requires planning. You do not simply pick up a sharp stone and hope for the best. You must select appropriate raw material, shape it, prepare the shaft, position the point, bind or glue it. Then maintain the finished tool. Each step contains knowledge. That knowledge must somehow move from one person to another. You sit beside a young person watching an adult work. There is no formal classroom, no written instruction, no diagram labelled Step 1. Instead, learning happens through observation, imitation, demonstration, correction, and repeated practice. A child watches fingers move. The child tries. The stone breaks incorrectly. The adult shows the angle again. Thousands of years later, archaeologists may find the unsuccessful flakes and wonder whether they were waste, practice pieces, or evidence of a particular technique. A small archaeological curiosity is that researchers can sometimes identify differences in skill level within ancient stone tool assemblages. Certain poorly shaped pieces may have been produced by beginners. That means some piles of prehistoric debris might preserve something surprisingly intimate. A lesson. Perhaps even a child's lesson. You look at one awkward flake lying in the dust. It seems almost impossible that a failed attempt could survive longer than the person who made it. Yet, here, failure occasionally becomes more permanent than success. The irony is gentle enough for bedtime. The perfect wooden basket disappears. The badly struck stone remains for 60,000 years. Beyond the camp, the landscape stretches into darkness. Human communities living here must know it in extraordinary detail. They know which trees provide useful wood, which plants produce edible seeds, which roots can be eaten safely, which waterholes remain dependable late in the dry season, which valleys attract animals, where dangerous predators tend to rest, where useful stone can be found. Travel, therefore, does not happen across an empty map. The landscape is filled with remembered information. You follow several people the next morning. The first light is pale and cool. Dew rests on low vegetation. Bird calls move through the air before the day becomes warm. Nobody is wandering randomly. The group follows a route. They recognize landmarks that mean nothing to you. A particular ridge, a cluster of trees, a dry river channel, the shape of distant rocks, in a world without road signs. Memory becomes geography. Knowledge of territory can also connect separate communities. People may know where neighboring groups live. They may travel to exchange materials, meet relatives, find partners, participate in ceremonies, or simply maintain social relationships. Evidence from prehistoric sites sometimes shows stone or shell materials transported surprisingly long distances. A piece of rock found at one location may originate dozens or even hundreds of kilometers away. That does not necessarily mean one person carried it the entire distance. Materials may have moved through networks of exchange. This matters because the stereotype of isolated prehistoric bands is probably too simple. Groups could be connected across broad regions. Ideas can travel through those networks. So can tools, stories, decorative styles, and people. Researchers continue to discuss how extensive these social networks were at different times and places. Some argue that wider connections may have helped populations survive periods of environmental stress, while others caution that the surviving evidence is too incomplete to reconstruct those relationships with confidence. You imagine two communities meeting after months apart. The encounter might be warm, it might be cautious, perhaps both. Children stare at unfamiliar faces. Adults exchange information about water and animals. Someone notices a new way of shaping a tool. Someone else carries an ornament made from a shell collected far away. Even without writing, information can spread across generations and landscapes. This is how culture works, not as a single invention appearing everywhere at once, but as countless small acts of learning and copying. You return toward the evening camp. Smoke hangs low in the cooling air. A child carries sticks toward the hearth. An adult shakes dust from a hide. Someone cracks a bone to reach the nutritious material inside. Another person sits quietly, watching the horizon. Nothing about the scene looks monumental. There are no pyramids, no palaces, no carved royal names. Yet survival here requires an extraordinary web of relationships. Each person depends partly on the knowledge of others, the skilled tracker, the experienced gatherer, the person who remembers a distant spring, the patient toolmaker, the older relative who knows what happened during a drought many years ago. Memory is distributed across the group, and that may be one reason human communities have endured through so many unstable environments. You do not survive because every individual knows everything. You survive because knowledge can be shared. The fire burns again as darkness arrives. People settle close together. You hear quiet voices moving through the camp. The words vanish almost as soon as they are spoken, but their purpose remains familiar. Information, comfort, warning, teaching, belonging. The missing millennia begin to look slightly less empty now. They are filled with small communities carrying entire libraries inside human minds. Libraries without pages, maps without paper, lessons without schools, and histories without writing. Tomorrow, some of these people will begin moving again. The landscape ahead will open into routes leading farther from familiar ground, and as you follow them, another question waits beyond the firelight. How did humans begin spreading across a world already inhabited by other humans? You leave the familiar camp behind in the cool light of morning. The fire has been covered with ash. A few embers may survive beneath the grey surface, but the group is already moving. Bundles are tied, tools are carried, children remain close to adults. The landscape ahead opens gradually beneath a pale sky. Around 60,000 years ago, movement is part of life, not movement in the modern sense of boarding a train, checking a map, or following a road toward a destination already marked with a name. This is slower, more uncertain. A group may shift camp because water has become scarce, because animals have moved, because edible plants are no longer abundant, because weather patterns are changing, or because social ties draw people toward another community over many generations. Movements like these can become migrations, but the old image of humanity leaving Africa in one dramatic wave is too simple. The reality appears to have been far more complicated. Homo sapiens evolved in Africa, and genetic evidence strongly supports the idea that the ancestry of most people living outside Africa today traces largely to populations that expanded from the continent tens of thousands of years ago. Yet archaeologists have also discovered evidence for earlier human movements beyond Africa. Some of these populations may have survived for long periods, others may have disappeared. Some may have contributed little or nothing to later populations. You walk beside the group as they cross a dry riverbed. Rounded stones press beneath your feet. The channel is empty now, but marks along the bank suggest that water runs here during wetter seasons. The people around you do not need a written map to understand this. They know when the river tends to flow. They know where shallow pools sometimes remain after the surface water disappears. They may know of another valley several days away. Migration is therefore not simply walking into the unknown. Much of it may involve moving through connected landscapes that people already understand through memory, family knowledge, and contact with neighboring groups. You climb a low ridge. From the top, the horizon widens. Dry grassland lies in one direction. Rocky hills rise in another, farther away. Darker vegetation suggests a water source. Imagine repeating movements like this over thousands of years. One family travels farther than usual. Their descendants settle near a new river, several generations later. Another group moves beyond that river, slowly. Human populations expand. There may be no moment when anyone says, "We are leaving Africa." No one is thinking in terms of continents. The idea of Africa itself does not exist as a named geographic unit. People know valleys, waterholes, mountain passes, coasts, hunting grounds, places associated with relatives or danger. The grand migrations visible to modern scientists may have felt, to the people actually living them, like a series of ordinary decisions. That makes the process strangely intimate. History sees arrows on a map. You see tired feet. You continue down the ridge. The day grows warmer. Someone carries a child for part of the journey. Another person stops to inspect tracks. A few edible plants are collected along the route. Travel must remain practical. Every moving group still needs water, calories, shelter, fuel, and security. Geography can either help or prevent expansion. Deserts expand and contract. Rainfall patterns shift. Rivers change course. Sea levels rise and fall. Regions that are difficult to cross in one period may become greener and more hospitable in another. This is especially important when considering routes out of northeastern Africa. Researchers have examined several possibilities, including movement through the Sinai Peninsula and routes involving the Red Sea region. There is no simple agreement that one single corridor explains every expansion. Different groups may have moved at different times using different routes. The climate itself may have opened and closed opportunities repeatedly. You reach a shallow pool late in the afternoon. Birds scatter as people approach. The mud near the edge is marked by hoof prints. The water is not especially clear, but it is valuable. The group rests. Someone fills a container made from material unlikely to survive in the archaeological record. Perhaps hide, perhaps plant fiber, perhaps a shell or carefully prepared organic vessel. This brings you to another quiet problem. Archaeologists reconstruct journeys from surviving evidence, but travelers carried many things that disappeared completely. Imagine trying to reconstruct a modern camping trip after 60,000 years, if only a few metal objects survived. You might learn something. You would also miss most of the story. One lesser-known detail makes prehistoric migration even more difficult to visualize. Some regions that are dry today experienced wetter phases in the past. Parts of what are now deserts could contain lakes, rivers, grasslands, and animal populations during favorable climatic periods. The landscape you know from a modern atlas is not necessarily the landscape ancient humans encountered. This means a route that appears nearly impossible today may once have been much more inviting. You watch clouds gather in the distance. The possibility of rain changes the mood of the group. Water is not scenery here, it is structure. Where water goes, animals often follow, plants concentrate, humans can remain longer. Where water disappears, movement becomes more urgent. Generations of these decisions gradually carry Homo sapiens into Western Asia, and then something profound happens. You're no longer moving through landscapes occupied only by your own kind. Other humans are already there. Neanderthals have lived across parts of Europe and Western Asia for hundreds of thousands of years. They are adapted to environments very different from many regions of Africa. They make sophisticated stone tools. They use fire. They hunt large animals. They care for injured individuals. They possess social traditions of their own. The old stereotype of Neanderthals as clumsy, barely intelligent creatures has faded considerably as archaeological discoveries have accumulated. when Homo sapiens encounter them. The meeting is not between modern humans and something almost animal. It is between different human populations. You pause near the edge of the camp. This raises an obvious question. What happens when they meet? For many years, researchers debated whether Homo sapiens simply replaced Neanderthals or whether the two populations interacted more directly. Genetics transformed that discussion. Most people with ancestry outside sub-Saharan Africa carry a small percentage of Neanderthal ancestry. Clear evidence that interbreeding occurred. The encounters were real enough to remain inside living genomes. You look across the darkening landscape and imagine two distant fires. One belongs to your group. Another glows perhaps several kilometers away. Who sits around that second fire? Do they know you are here? Have they seen your tracks? Have your groups met before? There is no reason to assume that every encounter was peaceful. Competition for territory or resources is possible, but it is equally unwise to imagine endless conflict. Interactions between mobile human communities could include avoidance, exchange, cooperation, curiosity, hostility, partnership, or family formation. Probably not one pattern, many. That complexity is difficult to capture in a museum display. A stone tool cannot tell you whether its maker was afraid of a neighboring group. A fragment of bone cannot describe a friendship. DNA can reveal interbreeding, but not the conversations that preceded it. So the human expansion beyond Africa becomes both clearer and stranger. You know that movement happened. You know populations met. You know genes crossed boundaries. Yet almost every personal detail has vanished. Night arrives. The travellers settle near the water. A small fire is lit. The flames illuminate faces made tired by the day's journey. Someone repairs a tool. Someone shares food. A child leans against an adult and gradually becomes still, above you. The stars are bright enough to make the sky feel almost crowded. Tomorrow the group may continue north, or east, or perhaps remain here for several days. No one knows they are participating in one of the greatest population movements in human history. They are simply following water, food, memory, and opportunity. And that is perhaps the most important thing to remember. The Great Migration was not a single march. It was countless small journeys. Some succeeded, some ended, some turned back, some disappeared from the genetic record. Others continued until their descendants reached lands unimaginably far from the places their ancestors once knew. You lie near the fading fire and listen to the water moving softly beside the bank. Beyond the darkness, other humans may already be watching the same stars, and soon. Your path will begin to follow something even harder to recover, the shorelines that no longer exist. You wake to the faint sound of water. At first, it is difficult to tell whether you are hearing a river, wind moving through reeds, or waves breaking somewhere beyond the darkness. The fire beside you has collapsed into a shallow bed of glowing embers. A thin layer of ash shifts whenever the breeze reaches the camp. The people around you are already beginning to stir. Someone sits up slowly and pulls an animal hide more tightly around their shoulders. Another person checks a bundle of tools placed near the edge of the sleeping area. A child rubs tired eyes and watches an adult rekindle the fire with dry grass and small twigs. Beyond the camp, the land slopes gently toward a distant shoreline. But this is not the shoreline you would see today. Around 60,000 years ago, the planet is deep within the fluctuating climate of the Ice Age. Vast amounts of water are stored in continental ice sheets, and global sea levels are often much lower than those of the modern world. That means coastlines can lie many kilometers farther out. Land now buried beneath waves is open to the sky. You begin walking toward it. The morning air smells faintly of salt. Low vegetation grows across sandy ground. Birds move overhead in loose groups. In the distance, Dark shapes appear along the exposed tidal zone where water has recently retreated. Several people from the camp are already there. They bend near pools trapped between rocks. One person lifts a shell, another searches beneath stones. Someone carries a sharpened stick that can be used to probe soft sediment. Coastal environments can be generous places. Shellfish may be gathered without the risks of hunting large animals. Fish can sometimes be trapped in shallow water. Seaweed, crabs, birds, eggs, stranded marine animals, and edible plants can all add variety to the diet. Fresh water, however, still matters. A beautiful coast without drinkable water is not particularly useful, no matter how pleasant the view. So people moving along shorelines must understand the locations of springs, streams, estuaries, and seasonal water sources just as carefully as inland travellers do. You watch a woman crack open a shell with a stone. The movement is simple, efficient, practiced. She eats part of the flesh and places several unopened shells into a container. The discarded shell may remain after almost everything else from this morning disappears. This is why shell middens, ancient accumulations of discarded shells and food remains, can become valuable archaeological records in some regions of Africa. Coastal sites preserve evidence that Homo sapiens exploited marine resources tens of thousands of years before the period you're visiting. Sites such as Blombos Cave and Pinnacle Point in southern Africa have helped show that early humans were using coastal environments, pigments, complex tools, and other resources long before farming or cities existed. The old picture of prehistoric people surviving almost entirely through dramatic big game hunting was always too narrow. Much of daily survival may have looked considerably less cinematic. Gather shellfish, dig roots, collect seeds, repair a tool, find water. Repeat tomorrow. Not exactly the sort of sequence that receives thunderous music in a documentary trailer, but it keeps people alive remarkably well. You continue along the beach, wet sand feels cool beneath your feet, tracks appear everywhere. Birds, small mammals, humans. Some footprints overlap, others run directly toward the water. A child's prints briefly follow those of an adult before turning sideways toward a cluster of rocks. Footprints like these are among the most intimate traces prehistoric humans can leave. They preserve motion rather than objects. A tool tells you what someone made. A footprint tells you that someone passed through a particular place at a particular moment. Occasionally, ancient footprint surfaces survive for astonishing periods when sediment conditions are favourable. At sites in Africa and elsewhere, fossilized tracks have preserved evidence of early human movement across landscapes. But most footprints vanish within hours. One wave can erase them, a gust of wind can soften them, rain can fill them by midday. An entire morning of human activity may leave almost nothing visible. You look back at your own trail. Already the edges are beginning to collapse. This is an uncomfortable lesson for anyone hoping to reconstruct the distant past. Absence of evidence does not always mean absence of people. Sometimes it means they walked on surfaces that did not preserve their passing. The problem becomes much greater when you consider what happens to coastlines over thousands of years. During some phases of the late Pleistocene, sea levels stood dramatically below modern levels as ice sheets later melted. Oceans rose and flooded immense stretches of continental shelf. River mouths moved inland, estuaries shifted, beaches disappeared. Low coastal plains became seabed. If human groups preferred these environments, then some of the richest evidence for their movements may now lie underwater. You pause and imagine the modern ocean hovering above you. Perhaps 50 meters, perhaps more. Fish swimming where you are standing, sediment covering a hearth, currents moving across the remains of a place where people once slept. This possibility matters when researchers try to understand how Homo sapiens spread into southern Asia and eventually farther east. One proposed model suggests that some populations may have moved partly along coastal routes bordering the Arabian Peninsula, the Indian Ocean, and Southeast Asia. The idea is appealing because coast can provide predictable resources and natural travel corridors. Yet the evidence is incomplete. Some specialists see coastal adaptation as an important part of early dispersal, while others warn against imagining a neat migration hugging the beach from Africa all the way to distant Asia. Ancient people likely used mixtures of coastal, riverine, grassland, woodland, and inland environments depending on local conditions. The surviving record simply does not allow a single elegant route to explain every movement, and perhaps elegance is the problem. Modern maps encourage you to draw lines. People do not always move in lines. They pause, they turn inland, they follow rivers, they return to familiar places. A storm changes plans, a drought redirects movement. A neighbouring group makes one valley more attractive and another less so. Migration grows from thousands of decisions too small to appear on a global map. The group ahead reaches the mouth of a shallow river. Fresh water spreads into the tidal zone. Birds gather in large numbers. Reeds rustle near the bank. This is the kind of place that might attract repeated visits. Water is available. Fish may be present. Shellfish can be collected. Plants grow nearby. Animals come to drink. People might return season after season, perhaps long enough for children to recognize the landscape as familiar. You crouch near a patch of damp earth. Several shells have been placed together. A dark stain marks the remains of an old fire. Stone flakes lie nearby. These fragments are enough to suggest occupation, but look at everything that is missing. No woven carrying bag, no wooden spear shaft, no bedding, no spoken directions, no account of who slept beside whom. No record of whether someone laughed while opening shellfish that morning. Archaeology works with what survives, not necessarily with what mattered most. That difference is easy to forget. Farther along the shore, someone finds a piece of brightly coloured shell. It is too small to provide much food. Instead of throwing it away, the person turns it between finger and thumb. Perhaps the surface catches the light. Perhaps it will be pierced later. Perhaps it will simply be carried for a while. Shell ornaments appear in archaeological sites from deep prehistory, and in some cases they seem to have travelled far from their original coastlines. That means shells could become more than food remains. They might serve as decoration, social signals, valued objects, or items exchanged between communities. A tiny shell found far inland can therefore hint at a network larger than the camp where archaeologists discover it. You resume walking. The sun climbs higher. The smell of salt grows stronger. Behind you, footprints cover the wet sand, but the tide has already begun its return. Water slides across the lowest tracks first. The edges blur. Then the prints disappear completely, one by one. The morning is being erased. You stand still and watch. There is something strangely peaceful about it. The people around you do not know that future researchers will desperately wish these footprints had survived. To them, there's nothing remarkable about leaving a mark in the sand. Tomorrow there will be new marks. Next season there may be another camp, and generations from now, descendants may walk along the same shore without knowing exactly who stood here before them. The tide continues inward. The group gathers what it has collected and turns back toward higher ground. You follow slowly, behind you. The sea covers the final footprints, ahead. Smoke from the camp rises into the afternoon air, and somewhere beyond this coast, across landscapes now partly drowned and partly forgotten, other human groups are moving too. Some of them belong to your own species, some do not. Soon the paths between those different human worlds will begin to cross. You leave the shoreline behind and move inland again. The air changes first. The smell of salt becomes faint, then disappears beneath the drier scent of grass, dust, wood smoke, and warm stone. Low hills rise ahead, and the route follows a broad valley where scattered trees provide patches of shade. The group moves carefully, not because anything dramatic is happening. There is no sudden attack, no great chase, no thunderous moment announcing that history is about to change. Instead, people simply become more observant. Tracks are noticed. Broken branches are examined. Old hearths are recognized. The landscape contains signs that other people have been here, and around 60,000 years ago. That possibility carries an unusual meaning. Homo sapiens are not the only humans in the world. Across Western Eurasia, Neanderthals have already occupied enormous territories for hundreds of thousands of years. Farther east, other human populations exist as well, some of which will later be identified only through fragments of bone and genetic traces. The planet contains multiple human lineages at the same time. You continue toward a rocky slope. Several shallow caves open along the face of the hill. One entrance is darkened by smoke stains. Stone fragments lie near the opening. Someone has used this shelter, perhaps recently. The group stops before approaching. You sense caution rather than panic. A place like this matters. Rock shelters provide shade during hot weather and protection from wind and rain. They can preserve hearths, tools, food remains, and layers of occupation over astonishing spans of time. That is one reason caves have become so important to archaeologists. They are not necessarily where most prehistoric people spent all their lives. They are simply unusually good at preserving evidence. Open camps disappear more easily. Caves keep receipts. Not perfectly, of course, but considerably better than a windy patch of grassland. You step closer. The fire is cold. No voices come from inside. Whatever group stayed here has moved elsewhere. Still, the tools scattered nearby reveal something interesting. You pick up a stone flake. Its shape differs slightly from tools you saw earlier. The differences are not enormous. The object is still recognizably made by skilled human hands. Neanderthals produced sophisticated stone industries, used prepared core techniques, controlled fire, processed animal carcasses, and successfully occupied environments that could be cold and demanding for generations. Popular culture portrayed them as dim, stooped creatures stumbling toward extinction. The archaeological record has been steadily dismantling that image. You imagine one standing at the cave entrance. Not a monster, not a half-human creature, another kind of human. Their bodies tend to be more robust than those of many contemporary Homo sapiens, with powerful limbs, broad trunks, and distinctive skull shapes. Those features may have suited the colder climates experienced across much of their range. Their daily concerns, however, would feel familiar: food, shelter, children, injury, weather, other people. You move deeper into the shelter. Charcoal marks the ground. Animal bones lie among stone artifacts. Some bones bear cut marks. Others may have been broken to reach marrow. These remains suggest planned butchery and detailed knowledge of animal anatomy. Survival in Ice Age Eurasia requires competence. Large prey can provide substantial food: fat, hide, sinew, and bone. But hunting such animals is dangerous and uncertain. Neanderthals were clearly capable hunters. Some sites suggest close-range encounters with large animals, which sounds impressive until you remember that getting close to several hundred kilograms of irritated muscle is rarely a relaxing hobby. You leave that particular activity to the professionals. Outside, the group rests. The possibility that Neanderthals once occupied this shelter does not tell you how encounters between them and Homo sapiens unfolded. This is where the evidence becomes fascinatingly incomplete. For much of the 20th century, researchers often frame the story in terms of replacement. Modern humans entered Eurasia. Neanderthals disappeared. The sequence seemed straightforward, then genetics complicated everything. In 2010, analysis of the Neanderthal genome provided strong evidence that Neanderthals and ancestors of many living people outside Africa had interbred. Today, many populations outside sub-Saharan Africa carry roughly 1 to 2% Neanderthal ancestry, though the exact amount varies among individuals and populations. So the two groups did not simply occupy neighbouring landscapes. At least sometimes, they had children together. That changes the atmosphere of the valley around you. You look toward the horizon, somewhere beyond those hills. Another group may be moving through its own daily routine. Perhaps they have seen smoke from your fires. Perhaps your people have seen theirs. What does the first encounter look like? No archaeological layer can replay it for you. There may be hesitation, observation from a distance, recognition that the strangers carry unfamiliar tools or clothing, perhaps gestures, perhaps speech that sounds partly or completely incomprehensible. The linguistic question is especially difficult. Neanderthals possessed anatomical features and genes associated with speech capabilities, including a version of the FOXP2 gene closely related to that found in modern humans. But language does not fossilize. Researchers can debate vocal anatomy and cognitive capacity. Yet no one can recover a Neanderthal conversation. You imagine two people standing several meters apart. One says something, the other responds. That entire exchange may vanish from history within seconds. Still, genetic evidence proves that some encounters became remarkably intimate, and the story does not stop with one ancient meeting. Because Neanderthal ancestry is scattered across different living populations in different patterns. Geneticists have inferred that interbreeding happened on more than one occasion. There may have been repeated contact over long periods. A curious detail emerges from those inherited fragments. Neanderthal DNA did not simply remain unchanged in modern human populations. Natural selection preserved some variants and reduced others. Certain inherited genes appear to have influenced immunity, skin biology, metabolism, and adaptation to environments outside Africa. Other Neanderthal-derived genetic material seems to have been selected against. In other words, these ancient encounters still have biological consequences today. A meeting beside an Ice Age fire can echo inside genomes tens of thousands of years later. You sit beneath the cave entrance as afternoon light reaches the opposite wall. The idea is almost difficult to absorb. History usually feels distant because its people are gone. Here, part of the people is not entirely gone. Fragments remain inside their descendants. The Neanderthal story becomes even more complicated when you ask why they eventually disappear as a distinct population. Climate change may have contributed. Competition with Homo sapiens may have mattered. Small population sizes could have made communities vulnerable. Disease, demographic instability, changing social networks, and simple absorption through interbreeding have all been considered. There is still no universal agreement on a single cause. Increasingly, the question may not be why one species suddenly defeated another, but how several pressures accumulated across different regions and generations. Extinction itself may also be a misleadingly clean word. If populations interbred, then some Neanderthals didn't simply vanish, they became ancestors. The distinction between replacement and mixture begins to blur. You watch a child from your group playing near the cave wall. The child picks up two stones and knocks them together. The sound echoes, again, again. An adult finally looks over with the expression of someone who has discovered that repetitive noise was invented at least 60,000 years before electronic toys. The child continues. Some human experiences apparently require no archaeological debate at all. As evening approaches, another detail appears near the back of the shelter, a small accumulation of mineral pigment, ochre. Humans in several prehistoric regions collected and used pigments long before 60,000 years ago. Neanderthal sites have also produced evidence suggesting the use of pigments and perhaps decorative materials. Exactly what these substances meant is harder to establish. Body decoration, hide treatment, symbolic marking, practical processing. Different uses may have existed in different places. This is where archaeologists must resist turning every coloured stone into a prehistoric art gallery. A pigment can be meaningful without telling you precisely what meaning it carried. You rub a little imaginary ochre between your fingers. Fine red dust settles into the lines of your skin. Someone once thought this material worth collecting. That alone tells you something. Human life is extending beyond immediate calories and shelter. People notice colour, texture, objects, perhaps identity, perhaps beauty. Outside the cave, the sky begins to darken, a new fire is built. Everyone settles within the protection of the rocks. You look across the valley again. No other campfire is visible tonight, but somewhere beyond your sight. Other humans are living beneath the same sky. Some are Homo sapiens, some are Neanderthals, farther east. Still stranger branches of the human family wait beyond the limits of this valley. And tomorrow, your journey will follow one of the most mysterious of them, a population almost completely erased from the physical record, yet preserved unexpectedly inside a few fragments of bone and the DNA of people alive today. You leave the cave country behind beneath a pale morning sky and continue eastward through landscapes that seem to widen with every day of travel. The air is colder here. Wind moves across open ground and slips beneath clothing made from hide and fur. Distant mountains stand beneath streaks of cloud. In the valleys, sparse vegetation bends close to the earth. Streams descend from higher ground, and small groups of animals move along familiar seasonal routes. The people around you continue walking. They know where to stop, where to search for fuel, where stones suitable for tools can be found, where the wind becomes dangerous after sunset. But somewhere across this enormous region lives another population of humans whose existence will remain almost completely unknown for tens of thousands of years. They are the people modern researchers call Denisovans. The name sounds almost grand. The surviving evidence is anything but for most extinct human populations. Researchers first recognized them through bones and fossils. With Denisovans, the story unfolded differently. Their identity emerged largely through genetics. You walk toward a limestone cave set into the foothills of the Altas Mountains of southern Siberia. Today it is known as Denisova Cave. Around you, the terrain is rugged but rich in resources. Forested areas alternate with open country. Rivers cut through valleys. Herd animals move through the wider landscape. The cave offers shelter from wind and snow. It also happens to preserve one of the strangest archives in the story of human evolution. You step inside. The temperature drops. Light from the entrance fades quickly, and the smell of damp earth becomes stronger. Fine sediment lies beneath your feet. Somewhere deeper inside, water drips at slow intervals. People have occupied this place at different times for tens of thousands of years. Not just one kind of people. Neanderthals used it. Denisovans used it. Later, Homo sapiens did too. Layers of sediment therefore contain traces of several human populations passing through the same physical space across immense stretches of time. Imagine entering the same shelter, separated from its previous occupants by thousands of years. Their hearth is gone. Their voices are gone. Perhaps one broken tool remains beneath the soil. You would have no idea who had once slept exactly where you're standing. That is how much time these caves contain. The modern discovery of the Denisovans began with something almost absurdly small. In 2008, archaeologists working in Denisova Cave uncovered a tiny fragment of a finger bone. It belonged to a young person. At first glance, there was nothing about the fragment that obviously announced the existence of a previously unknown human population. Then scientists extracted ancient DNA. The genetic sequence did not match modern Homo sapiens. It did not match Neanderthals either. A different lineage had appeared. An entire human population stepped into modern science through part of one finger. You can almost imagine the Denisovans being mildly offended by the introduction. Tens of thousands of years of existence. And humanity rediscovers you through a piece small enough to misplace on a desk. Yet that tiny bone transformed the human family tree. You move farther into the cave. Additional discoveries eventually appear. Several teeth, small bone fragments. Genetic material preserved not only in fossils but in cave sediment itself. The physical collection remains remarkably limited compared with what we know about many other ancient human populations. And still, DNA reveals an enormous story. Denisovans were closely related to Neanderthals. Their ancestral lineages appear to have separated hundreds of thousands of years ago. After that separation, Denisovan populations spread across parts of Asia, perhaps over a territory far larger than the Altai region where their genetic identity was first recognized. Exactly what they looked like remains difficult to reconstruct. There is no complete Denisovan skeleton waiting politely in a museum case. Much of their anatomy remains uncertain. A lower jaw discovered on the Tibetan plateau at Xiahi has been linked to Denisovans through ancient proteins and later supporting genetic evidence from the broader region. It suggests that at least some Denisovan-related populations lived at a high altitude. That is an important clue. The Tibetan plateau is not an easy place to live. The air is thin, winters can be severe, temperatures fall rapidly, resources can be scattered. Yet ancient humans were present there long before modern cities, roads, or oxygen bottles. You imagine standing on that plateau. Your breathing becomes heavier. Cold wind moves across the ground. Snow remains along shaded ridges. Survival here requires knowledge, cooperation, clothing, fuel, and physiological tolerance of altitude. And this leads to one of the most remarkable connections between Denisovans and living humans. Some modern Tibetan populations carry a version of the EPAS1 gene associated with adaptation to low oxygen environments at high altitude. Genetic research indicates that this useful variant entered the ancestors of modern humans through interbreeding with Denisovan-related people. An ancient encounter helped later populations survive high in the mountains. The past is sitting quietly inside biology again. You look down at your hands. It is strange to think of genetics as a kind of archaeology instead of excavating soil. Researchers excavate genomes. Fragments of ancestry become clues. Patterns of inherited DNA reveal meetings that nobody recorded. The Denisovans did not simply live somewhere far away and then vanish. They interbred with Homo sapiens. Their genetic legacy is especially notable today among some populations in Oceania and parts of Southeast Asia. Although the distribution is complex, people in Papua New Guinea and some neighbouring regions can carry several percent Denisovan ancestry. Other Asian populations carry smaller amounts derived from what may have been separate Denisovan-related groups. That last detail makes the mystery deeper. The genetic evidence suggests Denisovans may not have formed one uniform population. Different Denisovan groups may have been separated from one another for long periods. Asia is enormous. Mountains, deserts, forests, rivers, islands, and climatic zones divide it into radically different environments. The word Denisovan may therefore hide a great deal of diversity. Researchers continue trying to determine how many distinct Denisovan populations existed and where they lived. Some genomic studies point toward multiple episodes of interbreeding between Homo sapiens and different Denisovan-related groups. While the fossil record remains too sparse to give those populations clear faces or territories, you leave the cave and follow a river through the valley. The silence outside feels different now. Every distant ridge becomes a possibility. Who lived there? Who crossed that pass? Who followed this river? There may have been communities whose existence is represented today only by short sequences of DNA inside living people. This is sometimes called evidence of ghost populations. The phrase does not mean anything supernatural. It describes populations inferred from genetic patterns even when scientists have few or no securely identified fossils belonging to them. Human evolution contains several such shadows. People who left descendants but almost no recognizable bodies. It is a useful reminder that fossils are not a census. Finding no bones does not prove nobody lived somewhere. Preservation is selective. Discovery is selective too. A human population might occupy a region for thousands of years without leaving remains that modern archaeologists ever find. Acidic soils can destroy bone. Rivers can scatter deposits. Glaciers can grind landscapes apart. Caves can collapse. Sea levels can drown settlement zones, and sometimes fossils remain beneath places nobody has thought to excavate. By evening, the travellers reach a sheltered hollow. A fire is built among stones. The flames struggle briefly against the wind before becoming steady. Someone places wood carefully onto the fire. Another person works a stone edge. The gestures could belong to Homo sapiens, Neanderthals, or Denisovans. That similarity is worth noticing. The farther you travel into this ancient human world, the harder it becomes to divide everyone into neat categories. Different populations meet. They exchange genes. Perhaps they exchange knowledge as well. Could a Denisovan have learned a technique from a Homo sapiens neighbour? Could a child have grown up with ancestry from more than one human lineage? There is no reason to assume cultural boundaries always matched biological ones. One extraordinary fossil from Denisova Cave makes that possibility feel personal. A small bone fragment from a teenage girl revealed that her mother was Neanderthal, and her father was Denisovan. She lived roughly 90,000 years ago. Researchers nicknamed her Denny. One individual, two human populations. Her existence shows that encounters between these groups were not merely theoretical. They produced families. You sit beside the fire and think about her. She did not know she would become evidence. She did not know the words Neanderthal or Denisovan. She was simply a young person living inside a human community. Perhaps she complained about cold mornings. Perhaps she learned to prepare hides. Perhaps she watched adults make tools beside a fire much like this one. Her world is lost, but a tiny fragment of her remained. Night settles across the valley. Stars appear above the mountains. The fire pops softly. Around you lies one of the great hidden chapters of humanity, whole populations known from fragments, genomes, teeth, sediment, and traces carried inside descendants. So much life, so little evidence, and as the flames sink lower, you begin to realize that the mystery is not simply who these ancient humans were, it is how many other human worlds may have existed without leaving enough behind for us to recognize them at all. You remain beside the fire long after the valley has disappeared into darkness. The mountains are only silhouettes now, above them. The sky's dense with stars, bright enough to reveal the faint outlines of nearby rocks. Wind moves softly through the grass, carrying the smell of cold soil, smoke, and animal hide. Every few moments, a branch shifts in the flames and releases a small burst of sparks. Around 60,000 years ago, fire is already an ancient companion. Humans did not invent it recently. Evidence for controlled fire reaches back hundreds of thousands of years, and perhaps much earlier depending on how strictly the evidence is interpreted. By the time you're sitting here, People across different regions understand how to use flame for warmth, cooking, protection, light, and tool production. The fire is not a novelty. It is part of life. You hold your hands toward the warmth. The contrast is immediate. Your palms feel hot while your back remains exposed to the cold night air. People sitting closest to the hearth shift occasionally, turning one side of the body toward the flames and then the other. Someone adds a thicker piece of wood. Another person pushes glowing embers inward with a stick. There is skill even in maintaining a small fire. Too little fuel and it fades. Too much added too quickly and smoke becomes unpleasant. Wet wood behaves differently from dry wood. Some plants burn rapidly, others produce long-lasting embers. Knowing fuel is another form of environmental knowledge. You watch an older person select branches from a pile beside the shelter. They do not choose randomly. Perhaps certain woods are preferred because they burn steadily. Perhaps another kind produces useful smoke. Perhaps someone knows exactly which material will preserve embers until morning. Modern fire may begin with a switch, a match, or a lighter. Here, allowing a carefully maintained flame to die can create extra work the next day, so embers matter. A hearth can remain alive even when visible flames disappear. The people around you understand this. When they move camp, they may sometimes carry fire indirectly, preserving smouldering material long enough to start another hearth elsewhere. Direct evidence for exactly how often prehistoric communities transported fire is difficult to find, but ethnographic examples from later hunter-gatherer societies show that carrying embers can be entirely practical. You imagine someone walking all afternoon while protecting a smoking bundle. It feels strangely domestic, not conquering continents, not defeating giant animals, just making sure nobody has to start from scratch before dinner. The fire brightens. A piece of food is placed near the coals. Cooking has already transformed the relationship between humans and food. Heat softens tough plant tissues. It makes many foods easier to chew and digest. It can reduce pathogens and neutralize some toxins. Meat changes texture. Roots become softer. Certain otherwise unpleasant plants become edible. Exactly when habitual cooking became a central feature of human life remains difficult to pin down, partly because fire evidence is easily disturbed and not every hearth survives. Some researchers push regular cooking far back in human evolution, while others prefer stronger archaeological evidence before assigning it to very early periods, by 60,000 years ago. Though, cooking is clearly no strange experiment. You smell fat warming beside the coals. A roasted root has a slightly sweet, earthy scent. Someone breaks off a piece and passes it around. Food cooked over fire does more than provide calories. It creates time, while food heats. People sit together. Tools can be repaired. Children can watch adults work. Injuries can be examined. Plans can be discussed. Perhaps stories are told. You look around the circle. Faces emerge from darkness only when the flames rise. One person is scraping a hide. Another is reshaping a stone edge. A child holds a stick close enough to blacken the end before an adult quietly moves it farther from the flames. That particular lesson probably repeated itself many thousands of times across prehistory. Fire is useful. Fire is also perfectly capable of punishing curiosity. You hear quiet speech. There is no way to know the language. There is no way even to know how closely it resembles any language spoken later. But the social setting feels familiar. People do not spend every evening performing survival tasks in absolute silence. Speech allows information to move, where animals were seen, who found water, which route should be avoided, whether another group has been encountered, what should happen tomorrow. Language may also carry things with no immediate practical value: memories, humour, descriptions of absent people, warnings wrapped inside stories, accounts of strange events, perhaps explanations of the sky. The fire creates a rare kind of human space during daylight. Attention is pulled outward toward travel, gathering, hunting, tool-making, and danger. At night, the circle of light reduces the visible world. For a while, the most interesting things may be the people sitting beside you. Some anthropologists have proposed that nighttime firelight encourage storytelling and social bonding in hunter-gatherer communities. Studies of historically documented groups have found that evening conversations can differ from daytime talk, shifting away from practical matters towards stories, songs, relationships, and shared traditions. You should be cautious about projecting one modern or recent society directly onto people 60,000 years ago. Still, the possibility is compelling. You imagine the same pattern here. During the day, talk concerns water, tracks, food, roots. At night, someone tells a story about a relative who lived long ago. The younger people listen. Perhaps the story has been repeated dozens of times. Perhaps everyone already knows the ending. That has never stopped a familiar story from being told again. A fire is especially good at making repetition feel acceptable. You notice soot on the stones surrounding the hearth. Layers of ash have accumulated beneath older layers of sediment. Sites containing repeated hearths can reveal something remarkable to archaeologists. People returned. A single fire may represent one brief visit. Many hearths built again and again in the same shelter can suggest that a location remained important across generations. You imagine arriving here as a child, returning as an adult, then watching your own children sleep beside a new fire placed near the remains of the old one. The landscape becomes personal, not in a written legal sense. There are no property documents, no numbered boundaries, but places can still contain memory. This rock shelter, that spring, the tree near the crossing, the valley where a relative died, the ridge where animals appear in a certain season. Human geography begins partly as remembered experience. There's another small detail hidden in ancient hearths. Charcoal can preserve information about the plants people burned. Microscopic remains can sometimes identify wood species, seeds, grasses, and other materials. Ash can contain tiny fragments that tell researchers about fuel choices and environmental conditions. A black patch in the earth may therefore preserve part of a vanished landscape, not just the fire, the trees around it, the climate that supported them, the choices made by someone collecting wood. You watch a person return with an armful of branches. To them, the task is ordinary. To future archaeologists, the charcoal may become data. This difference between lived experience and scientific evidence follows you everywhere now. A person drops a bone beside the fire. Ordinary. Someone sharpens wood over heat. Ordinary. A seed falls into ash. Ordinary. Tens of thousands of years later, each may become precious. Meanwhile, the things everyone thought truly important may disappear completely. The sound of a particular voice, a child's nickname, the melody of a song, the reason one person always sat on the same side of the fire. The night grows colder. People pull hides closer. Firelight reflects from a stone point being repaired near the edge of the hearth. Heating can sometimes play a role in stone technology too. At several prehistoric sites in southern Africa, evidence suggests people intentionally heat-treated silkcrete to improve its flaking properties. This practice predates the world you're visiting. It requires controlling temperature carefully enough to alter the stone without ruining it. That is a sophisticated understanding of material behavior. The people who developed such techniques did not need chemistry textbooks to know that heat changes stone. They learned through observation, experimentation, and inherited practice. Perhaps someone discovered it accidentally. Perhaps generations refined the process. The exact path from discovery to tradition is gone. Again, Knowledge survives in the object while the story of the learning disappears. You lean back. The fire is lower now. Several people are sleeping. Others speak only occasionally. Beyond the light, night animals move through the valley. You hear something rustling near the edge of camp and then fading away. The flames offer some reassurance. Though fire is not an invisible wall that guarantees safety, predators can still approach. Humans must still listen. Someone remains awake. Perhaps there is no formal guard. Perhaps people simply wake and sleep at different times. A fascinating possibility comes from studies of more recent hunter-gatherer sleeping patterns, where age differences and natural variation can result in at least one person being awake during much of the night. Whether prehistoric groups followed similar patterns cannot be demonstrated directly, but it raises an appealing thought. Human communities may have gained nighttime security partly because people do not all sleep in exactly the same way. You watch the final flames sink toward the coals. The circle of light contracts. The surrounding darkness moves closer. Yet the fire has done more than keep the cold away. It has cooked food, changed materials, provided light, created a place for learning, encouraged people to sit together, perhaps preserved stories that existed nowhere except in memory. Tomorrow those stories will travel with the group. No written archive will accompany them. No library will protect them. Only people. And as you begin to understand this ancient world, you realize that the fire may have illuminated far more than the campsite. It may have helped create the long evenings in which human culture became something shared, remembered, and carried forward. Morning arrives slowly, carrying a thin grey light across the camp. The fire has burned down to a patch of warm ash. People are already awake, but the movement is quiet. Someone stretches stiff shoulders. Another person lifts a bundle of stone pieces wrapped in hide. A child carries several short sticks toward an adult seated near the edge of the shelter. Today, you begin to notice the tools, not only the sharp stone points that survive so well in museums, but the larger invisible system around them. A stone tool rarely works alone. Around 60,000 years ago, human technology is already built from combinations of materials, skills, and decisions. Stone may form the cutting edge, but wood provides handles and shafts. Plant fibers or animal sinew can bind pieces together. Hide becomes clothing, bags, bedding, and containers. Bone can be shaped into useful implements. Resins and natural adhesives help hold components in place. Most of this will disappear. Stone survives, the rest often does not. You sit beside a toolmaker. Several pieces of raw stone lie on the ground. They have not been chosen casually. The person lifts one, turns it slowly, and studies its surface. Not every rock fractures well. Some break unpredictably. Others produce edges that are sharp, thin, and controllable. Finding good material can require knowledge of particular outcrops or riverbeds. That knowledge may be passed between generations in much the same way a modern craftsperson learns where to buy reliable materials. Except here, there is no shop. The landscape is the supply room. The toolmaker strikes the stone. A flake breaks away. The sound is crisp. Another strike follows. The angle changes slightly. You notice that the work is not simply force, it is prediction. The person must understand how the stone is likely to fracture before the blow lands. Prepared core technologies had existed long before this period, including techniques designed to produce flakes of predetermined shapes. That means prehistoric stoneworking is not random smashing. It can involve multiple planned steps. The maker shapes the core first, then removes the useful flake. The final product depends on decisions made several strikes earlier. You try to imagine learning this as a beginner. The first attempts would probably be frustrating. Strike too hard and the stone may break badly. Strike at the wrong angle, and the flake may be useless. Choose poor material and the whole effort becomes an educational disaster. Nearby, a younger person is practicing. The adult watches. A correction is made with a gesture. The learner tries again. The resulting flake is not elegant, but it has a usable edge. No applause follows. Apparently, prehistoric technical education is already rather demanding. What interests you most is how much information is passing without words. The position of the wrist, the way the stone is held, where the next blow should land, how much force is needed. A learner can observe all of this. Spoken explanation may help, but skilled movement itself becomes a form of teaching. Archaeologists sometimes study patterns in stone debris to reconstruct the sequence of production. Individual flakes can even be refitted like pieces of a broken puzzle, revealing how a core was reduced, in rare cases. This allows researchers to follow the actions of a toolmaker almost blow by blow. You look at the growing scatter beside the adult. To you, it seems like waste. To a future archaeologist, it could become a frozen record of thought. The finished stone point is only the beginning. Another person selects a straight wooden shaft. The bark has already been removed. The surface is scraped smooth. The end is shaped carefully to receive the stone. Woodworking must have been enormously important in prehistoric life. Yet wooden objects survive only under exceptional conditions. Most ancient spears, digging sticks, handles, poles, containers, traps, and shelters are gone. Their absence can distort the picture badly if everything made of plastic and wood disappeared from your own world. Future archaeologists might reach some entertaining conclusions about how you spent your time. The wooden shaft is warmed gently near the fire. Heat can help straighten or harden wood. The person rotates it slowly. Nothing dramatic happens. That's the point. Good technology often looks boring when it works properly. A binding material is prepared next. Perhaps sinew, perhaps plant fiber, perhaps strips of hide. The exact material depends on place and availability. The stone point is fitted into the shaft. Then comes adhesive in parts of Middle Stone Age Africa. People were producing compound adhesives from natural substances long before 60,000 years ago. Some recipes may have involved plant gums, resins, ochre, or other ingredients. The significance is easy to underestimate. Making a reliable adhesive is not the same as noticing that tree sap is sticky. A mixture may need preparation. The ingredients must be combined in useful proportions. Heat may be necessary. Too much of one component can weaken the result. Too little can make it brittle. The finished glue must survive impact and movement. This is technology based on accumulated practical chemistry. Nobody calls it chemistry, of course. There are no equations. No laboratory benches, no glass beakers arranged neatly beneath bright lights. There is simply experience. Someone learned that one mixture works better than another. Someone remembered. Someone taught the next person. Eventually the method becomes tradition. This is how prehistoric knowledge hides in plain sight. You see only the finished spear. Behind it are dozens of decisions inherited from people who may have died generations earlier. The group begins preparing other equipment. A hide is stretched. Its inner surface is scraped with a stone tool. Working animal skin is time-consuming. Fresh hide is heavy, wet, and prone to decay. It must be cleaned and treated. Different methods may involve scraping, drying, smoking, fat, or other processes depending on the intended use and the cultural tradition. A well-prepared hide can become clothing, shelter material, carrying equipment, or bedding. Yet almost none of it is likely to survive for tens of thousands of years. You run your fingers across the surface. It is rough in some places and softer in others. The smell is strong. Modern clothing hides an extraordinary amount of manufacturing behind a clean shirt hanging in a shop. Here, Every garment begins with direct labor. An animal must be obtained, the skin removed, cleaned, prepared, cut, fastened, repaired. A tear matters. Losing a warm covering in cold weather can become serious very quickly. One small detail catches your attention. A thin stone flake has been shaped for scraping. It would look unimpressive in a display case compared with a beautifully pointed spearhead. But ordinary tools like scrapers may have been used constantly. Prehistoric technology is not only about weapons, it includes maintenance, and maintenance rarely gets the heroic treatment. Nobody paints a grand mural celebrating the person who spent 3 hours scraping a hide. Yet that work may be what makes the next cold night tolerable. Later, you follow two adults collecting flexible plant stems. They test them between their fingers. Some are rejected, others are carried back. Fibers can be twisted into cordage. Cordage can transform what people are able to make. Tie something, hang something, carry something, bind a tool, secure a shelter, repair clothing, create a net. Once you begin noticing cord, you realize how much technology depends upon it. Unfortunately for archaeologists, plant fibers decay extremely easily. Direct evidence for ancient cordage is rare. Still, occasional impressions and exceptional preserved finds suggest that fiber technology has deep roots. Neanderthals, for example, left behind a tiny fragment interpreted as 3-ply cord from a site in France, dating to roughly 50,000 years ago. Such discoveries are valuable precisely because they expose crafts normally invisible. A few twisted fibers can reveal planning, dexterity, and mathematical intuition about how strands behave together. You sit beside the growing pile of equipment, stone points, wooden shafts, hide coverings, bindings, scrapers, containers, digging tools. Each object belongs to a wider system, and every system requires memory. How much of this knowledge could one person invent alone? Probably not much. Some techniques are rediscovered independently, but cultural knowledge accumulates. One generation begins where the previous generation finished. That is one of humanity's quiet advantages. You do not need to personally rediscover how to make fire, process hide, shape stone, identify edible roots, and produce adhesive from nothing. Someone shows you, you improve, perhaps your children improve again. Researchers have long discussed when cumulative culture reached levels comparable to later human societies. The older idea of a sudden cultural revolution around 40,000 years ago has become increasingly difficult to maintain as earlier African discoveries reveal complex technologies, pigments, ornaments, and planning far deeper in time. The transition may have been gradual, uneven, regional. Some innovations may have appeared, disappeared, and later returned. Human progress is not a staircase where every step remains permanently in place. Small populations can lose techniques, groups can become isolated, a specialist can die before passing on knowledge. Climate can force people away from the raw materials needed for a particular craft. Technology has its own fragile ecology. By late afternoon, the newly hafted spear is finished. Its owner tests the balance. The stone point catches the light. You now understand that the visible object is almost the least interesting part. Inside it are lessons, experiments, mistakes, material knowledge, inherited habits, hands copying older hands. None of those things will fossilize. The group begins settling for the evening. Tools are placed where they can be reached easily tomorrow. A child picks up a discarded flake and imitates the movements of the adults. No one stops them. Perhaps this is play, perhaps practice, probably both. And as the light fades, you realize that the missing years of human history were filled with technologies more sophisticated than the surviving stone alone suggests. What disappeared was not only wood and fiber, What disappeared was the instruction manual carried in human memory. Tomorrow. You will listen for another thing that left almost no physical trace at all. The voices that taught all of this. You wake before sunrise to the sound of voices, not loud voices, nothing urgent. Just quiet speech moving through the dim shelter while the fire is encouraged back to life. One person says something from beneath a hide covering. Another answers. A child murmurs sleepily. Someone near the hearth laughs once, softly, and then returns to the practical business of arranging fuel. You understand none of the words. That may be the strangest part. Around 60,000 years ago, human beings almost certainly communicate with rich vocal systems, but the actual sounds are gone forever. Stone survives, bone sometimes survives, genes survive, language does not. You sit up and listen anyway. The rhythm feels familiar, a short exchange, a pause, a longer explanation, a response from someone else. Perhaps the discussion concerns the route ahead. Perhaps someone is describing animal tracks seen the previous evening. Perhaps an older person is correcting a younger one. Or perhaps the conversation is about something completely ordinary, such as who misplaced a useful tool and why that person is absolutely certain it was someone else's fault. Some patterns of human communication require very little imagination. The larger question is much harder. How complex is language at this time? There is no direct answer. Spoken words leave no archaeological layer. No ancient sentence waits beneath the ground. No fossil preserves grammar. Researchers must work indirectly, using anatomy, genetics, cognition, social behavior, and the complexity of technology as clues. By 60,000 years ago, Homo sapiens have the physical structures needed for speech, the human vocal tract, tongue, brain, hearing system, and respiratory control all contribute to producing and understanding complex sounds. Some relevant genetic traits extend deeper into the human family tree. Neanderthals carried a version of the FOXP2 gene closely related to that found in modern humans. This gene is involved in neural systems associated with speech and language, although it is far too simplistic to call it a language gene. The discovery matters because it weakens the old assumption that only Homo sapiens possessed biological foundations for sophisticated vocal communication. You walk outside. Dawn is spreading across the valley. The air is cold enough to sting your fingers. Several adults gather near a pile of equipment. One points toward distant hills. Another responds with a gesture toward a lower route beside the river. A third person speaks for longer. Everyone watches. Planning is happening. Language is extremely useful in situations like this. You can communicate about places not currently visible. You can describe an animal that moved through the valley yesterday. You can warn someone about a dangerous crossing several days away. You can discuss tomorrow. You can refer to someone who is absent. That ability transforms cooperation. Imagine trying to organize a hunting party using only pointing. You might manage simple actions, but explaining that a herd usually turns north after reaching a certain ridge becomes rather exhausting. Words make invisible information portable. You follow the group as they begin moving. An older adult walks beside a younger person. The older person points toward plants near the path and speaks. The younger one looks closely. Another plant receives a different explanation. One is collected, one is ignored. Perhaps the distinction concerns food, perhaps medicine, perhaps poisonous species. This is where language becomes a survival technology. A child does not need to personally test every plant to discover which ones cause illness. Someone can tell them. That sounds obvious to you because you grew up inside a world saturated with inherited information, but it is an extraordinary shortcut. Other people's mistakes become your knowledge. The group reaches a shallow stream. Everyone pauses to drink. The older person continues speaking. Perhaps this place has a name. Names are useful. Once a spring, mountain, cave, or valley receives a shared label, people can discuss it without standing there. Geography becomes verbal. You can say, "Go to the place near the red cliffs," or perhaps one short word carries that entire meaning. No prehistoric place names from 60,000 years ago survive with certainty. Every label attached to these landscapes today arrived much later. That means the verbal map of the ancient world has vanished almost completely. Thousands upon thousands of named places may once have existed. Rivers, rock formations, hunting grounds, sacred locations, seasonal camps, dangerous crossings, places associated with births, deaths, accidents, or unusual animals. The names disappeared when the languages disappeared. You look toward a ridge. Someone may have called it something every day for generations. Now there is only silence. Language also allows communities to classify the natural world. Modern hunter-gatherer languages often contain highly detailed vocabularies for plants, animals, weather, landscapes, kin relationships, movement, and practical skills. There is no reason to imagine prehistoric people wandering through nature with only a handful of vague labels. Their survival depends on distinctions. This mushroom and that mushroom are not interchangeable if one is edible, and the other makes your evening significantly less relaxing. Words can preserve those distinctions. You continue walking. The sun is higher now. A group of birds rises from the grass ahead. Someone immediately says something. Another person looks toward the direction the birds came from. Perhaps the birds indicate water. Perhaps they reveal the presence of animals. You begin noticing how often speech accompanies observation. A sound from one person changes what another person sees. Knowledge becomes collective. Later, a child stops beside a set of tracks. An adult kneels. The explanation lasts several moments. The child traces one print with a finger. Then the adult points toward the horizon. A lesson is being built from signs in the ground. The tracks will disappear. The lesson may remain for decades. This is another reason reconstructing ancient life is so difficult. The most valuable things people carried may have weighed nothing. A route, a story, a warning, a technique, a family relationship, a word for a plant, a memory of drought. None of them appear in a museum case. By midday, you reach another temporary camp. Several people from a neighboring community are already present. The meeting is cautious but calm. Greetings occur, objects are examined, food is shared, speech becomes faster. You wonder whether everyone speaks the same language. Maybe, maybe not. Human communities separated by distance can develop different dialects quickly, over longer periods. Entirely different languages emerge. At 60,000 years ago, linguistic diversity could already have been substantial. No one knows how many languages existed. The number may have shifted constantly as populations separated, merged, expanded, and disappeared. Some researchers have attempted to trace very deep relationships between modern language families. But the farther back you go, the less reliable linguistic reconstruction becomes. Most historical linguists are cautious about claims extending tens of thousands of years into the past. Languages change too much. Words are replaced. Sounds shift. Grammar transforms. Populations move. After enough time, relationships become extremely difficult to demonstrate. 60,000 years is an almost unimaginable distance for linguistic reconstruction. Consider English. Travel back only about 1,000 years, and ordinary Old English becomes difficult for a modern English speaker to understand. Go back several thousand years and the ancestral forms become far more remote. Now multiply that distance many times. Whatever is being spoken around you may contain no word recognizable to any person alive today. That thought makes the conversation beside the campfire feel even more fragile. You hear laughter from the neighbouring group. Humour is especially impossible to reconstruct. Archaeology can tell you about stone technology with remarkable precision. It cannot tell you what people found funny, yet humour seems deeply human. Playful teasing, exaggeration, imitation, embarrassing stories. Children creating nonsense. There is no reason these behaviours must wait for civilization. Perhaps humour is helping strangers relax right now. Perhaps someone has told a story about a hunter who confidently followed the wrong tracks for an entire afternoon. A small burst of laughter crosses the camp. Then everyone returns to work. By evening, the two groups sit around a larger fire. An older person begins speaking for a long time. Others become quiet. The tone is different from practical conversation, slower, more deliberate. Perhaps this is a story. You cannot know, but storytelling would offer enormous advantages in a world dependent on memory. A dangerous event can be preserved as narrative. A route can be embedded in a story. Social rules can be attached to memorable characters. Genealogies can connect living people to earlier generations. Stories make information easier to remember. They also create identity. Who are we? Where did we come from? Why do we do things this way? Those questions do not require writing. The answer can live in repeated speech. One intriguing possibility is that oral traditions can sometimes preserve memories for surprisingly long periods. Researchers studying indigenous oral histories in several parts of the world have proposed that some traditions may contain memories of ancient environmental changes, including coastal flooding or volcanic events. Such claims must be handled carefully because dating oral traditions across very long spans is difficult. Still, they demonstrate that spoken memory should not automatically be dismissed as short-lived. In communities without writing, people can become highly skilled custodians of knowledge. You watch the storyteller's face, the firelight moves across it. A child listens from beside an adult. Another person quietly repairs a wooden shaft without looking away. The story continues. Whatever is being said may have been heard before. That repetition is not a weakness, it is preservation. Tomorrow, someone else may tell it. Years later, the child may repeat it to another child. The words will change, details may shift, but something continues. And then, eventually, the chain breaks. A community disappears. A language dies. A population merges with another. The last speaker of a particular tradition dies without anyone recording it. This must have happened countless times across prehistory. Entire linguistic worlds vanished, not just vocabularies, ways of classifying landscapes, systems of kinship, songs, names, metaphors, stories. The missing history is beginning to feel larger than missing artifacts. You can lose a spear and still understand that spears existed, lose a language, and you lose a way of organizing reality itself. The fire is sinking again. Conversation becomes quieter. People arrange hides for sleep. Some of the visitors will leave tomorrow. Others may remain before everyone settles. The storyteller says a final few words. Several listeners respond together. You cannot translate them. You never will. Then silence returns. The stars remain. The valley remains. The people sleep, and somewhere inside their minds, thousands of words, memories, and stories are waiting for morning. None will fossilize. Yet without them, almost everything you have seen so far would be impossible. You wake to the sound of children moving through the camp. One is already outside, carrying a short stick and dragging its end through the dust. Another is crouched beside a pile of discarded stone flakes, turning them over with serious concentration. A younger child follows an adult toward the water, trying to match each step. The morning is cool. Smoke from the hearth hangs low before drifting upward. Someone shakes dust from a hide. Someone else checks a wooden shaft that was left near the fire overnight, around 60,000 years ago. Childhood is not a separate world filled with classrooms, toys bought from shops, or carefully scheduled lessons, but it is still childhood. Human children remain dependent for many years. They must learn an enormous amount before they can contribute fully to survival. Which plants are safe? How to find water, how to read tracks, how to make tools, how to behave around dangerous animals, how to recognize relatives, how to remember routes, how to understand the social rules of the group. No child is born knowing any of this. The knowledge must be acquired slowly. You follow a small boy toward the edge of camp. He picks up a stone and strikes it against another. The result is unimpressive. A fragment breaks away in the wrong direction. He tries again. An adult nearby glances over but does not immediately interfere. Perhaps this is practice. Perhaps play. Perhaps, as with so much of childhood, the two are the same thing. Archaeologists have sometimes identified unusually small or poorly executed stone tools that may have been produced by learners. It is difficult to prove the age of the maker from the artifact alone, but experimental studies and careful analysis of skill levels suggest that some prehistoric debris could preserve the traces of children or inexperienced adolescents learning technical tasks. That possibility changes the feeling of a stone scatter. What looks like rubbish may actually be a lesson. The child strikes again. This time the flake is better. He studies it. No one congratulates him dramatically. Life continues. You walk toward the water. Several children are collecting small objects from the bank. Shells, smooth stones, pieces of wood. One child arranges them in a line, another immediately rearranges them. The first protests. You do not need a written historical source to recognize the situation. Children play teaches coordination, social negotiation, imitation, and experimentation. Young mammals do this widely, and human children take it to extraordinary levels. Games can imitate adult work. A child may carry a tiny digging stick, another may pretend to stalk an animal. Someone builds a miniature shelter from branches through play. Dangerous adult tasks become safe rehearsals. You watch two children creep through the grass. They whisper. One points toward an imaginary animal. The other throws a small stick. It lands badly. Both laugh. A real hunt would be serious. This one is training disguised as entertainment. Human childhood is unusually long compared with that of many other animals. That extended period carries a cost. Children require food and protection for years before they become fully independent, but it also provides time for learning. In a world where survival depends on complex local knowledge, a long childhood may be enormously valuable. You cannot teach every useful skill in a few months. The landscape itself is too complicated. Plants change with seasons. Animals behave differently throughout the year. Water sources appear and disappear. Stone from one location fractures differently from stone found elsewhere. Knowledge accumulates through repeated exposure. A girl walks beside an older woman carrying a digging stick. They stop near a patch of vegetation. The older woman points toward the leaves, then kneels and begins loosening the soil. The girl watches. A root appears. It is cleaned. The older woman breaks it open and shows the interior. Perhaps she explains how to recognize the plant when flowers are absent. Perhaps she warns that a similar-looking species is not useful. A few sentences can prevent years of trial and error. This is one of the quiet powers of culture. You inherit solutions. Someone in the distant past learned where this root grows. Someone discovered how to prepare it. Someone remembered the right season. That information has reached this child without leaving any written record. The chain may already be hundreds of generations old. You continue along the river bank. Another child has a scar on one knee. A small injury. Nothing remarkable. But prehistoric childhood contains risks that modern life often hides. Falls, burns, animal attacks, infection, food shortages, cold, accidents with tools. Children can die young, and archaeological populations often show high levels of childhood mortality at the same time. The survival of injured or disabled individuals in prehistoric communities reveals that care could be substantial. People fed others, protected them, helped those who could not immediately contribute. A child who becomes sick is not necessarily abandoned simply because life is difficult. Human cooperation includes the vulnerable. One lesser-known clue comes from ancient teeth. Teeth grow in layers. Periods of physiological stress during childhood can sometimes leave marks in enamel development. Researchers can examine these defects and reconstruct episodes when nutrition or illness disrupted growth. A tooth can therefore preserve a tiny biography of hardship. You imagine a child experiencing a difficult winter. Food becomes scarce. Growth slows. Years later, the body has recovered. Thousands of years later, the tooth still remembers, the child does not. The camp moves again in the afternoon. Children carry smaller loads. Some walk independently. Younger ones are carried when they become tired. A toddler rests against an adult's back. Watching the landscape pass. Mobility shapes childhood too. There is no permanent bedroom, no fixed neighborhood. The familiar world consists of people and remembered places. A child may know several seasonal camps. A river used during one part of the year, a rock shelter used in another, a distant gathering place where relatives appear. Home is not necessarily one structure. Home may be a network of landscapes. As you climb a low hill, one of the older children runs ahead. An adult calls out sharply. The child stops. There are limits to exploration. Predators exist, cliffs exist, snakes exist. Getting lost can become deadly. Freedom and supervision must coexist. That balance probably looks familiar to any parent, although the stakes here are sometimes higher. At the next camp, several adolescents help arrange wood for the fire. They are no longer small children, but not yet fully experienced adults. They occupy an important space between dependence and expertise. One adolescent carries a spear, another helps process hide. A third watches a skilled tracker examine prints near the edge of camp. Learning becomes more demanding with age. Mistakes matter more. Responsibility grows. There is no universal prehistoric age at which someone becomes an adult. Social expectations probably vary between groups, just as they do across later human societies. Researchers have very limited evidence for initiation ceremonies or age-based roles this far back. Some practices may have existed, others may not. The archaeological record rarely preserves such transitions clearly. A necklace can survive. The ceremony in which it was given usually cannot. You sit beside the evening fire. Several generations are gathered within the same circle of light. Children, adolescents, adults, older people. This is how knowledge crosses time. Not through books, through overlapping lives. A grandmother remembers a drought from decades earlier. A parent knows how to shape a point. An adolescent learns a route. A child learns the name of a plant. Each person carries part of the community's memory, and because human generations overlap, information can travel farther than one lifetime. A child may hear a story about an event that happened before their parents were born. That child may later tell it to grandchildren, without writing. Memory can still stretch backward surprisingly far. Of course, details change, stories compress, events merge, explanations shift. That does not make them useless, it makes them human. The firelight flickers across a child's face. The child is listening to an older speaker, Perhaps a story explains why a certain valley should be avoided during heavy rain. Perhaps it describes an animal encounter. Perhaps it concerns ancestors. Whatever it is, the child is receiving history. Not history with dates, not history with named kings. History as memory. You look around the circle and realize that the missing millennia were renewed every time another child learned enough to carry the world forward, if even one generation failed to teach the next. Entire technologies and traditions could disappear, but most of the time, the chain continued. Hands copied hands, voices copied voices, children became teachers, and by morning, the youngest members of the group would begin learning again. The air feels different when you wake. Not dramatically colder, not yet, but the wind has shifted during the night, and the clouds moving above the valley are thicker than before. The fire burns with a lower flame, disturbed every few moments by gusts that push smoke sideways across the camp. People notice, they always notice. Around 60,000 years ago, climate is not a distant subject discussed through charts and satellite images. It is something felt directly in water levels, animal movements, plant growth, wind direction, and the number of cold nights arriving earlier than expected for hunter-gatherer communities. Climate can quietly rearrange the entire map of survival. You step away from the shelter. The valley still looks familiar. A river moves along the lower ground, grass covers the slopes, trees cluster near water, tracks show that animals pass during the night, but landscapes like this are not permanent. During the late Pleistocene, global climate fluctuated repeatedly. Temperatures shifted, rainfall patterns changed, ice sheets expanded and contracted. Deserts grew during some phases and retreated during others. These changes did not happen evenly everywhere. One region might become drier while another became wetter. A grassland could turn into scrub. A lake could shrink. A river might weaken or change course. People living through these transitions would not see a neat climate curve. They would see smaller signs. The water hole is lower this year. The herd arrived later. A familiar plant is harder to find. The cold season lasted longer. You follow two adults toward the river. They crouch near the bank and examine the mud. The water has dropped since the previous visit. A line of damp sediment marks where it once reached. One person presses a hand into the soft ground. Another looks upstream. Nothing is said for a moment. There is no panic. A single low river is not a disaster, but repeated change becomes information. Communities survive partly by noticing patterns before those patterns become emergencies. The group returns to camp and begins preparing to move. Bundles are tied more carefully than yesterday. Food is divided, a hide is rolled. Someone checks the condition of a wooden carrying frame. The decision may be simple. Follow the river farther. Reach another spring, move toward a place remembered from an earlier dry season. Mobility gives hunter-gatherers flexibility. If one area becomes poor, people can sometimes leave. That sounds easy until you remember that neighboring areas may already be occupied. Water may be far away. Children slow travel. Older people need support, and everyone must carry enough useful equipment without carrying so much that movement becomes exhausting. There is no prehistoric moving company. Everything worth taking must travel with human bodies. You start walking. Dust rises lightly around your feet. Hours pass. The temperature climbs. The group stops beneath sparse shade during the hottest part of the day. A child drinks from a container. The amount of water is controlled carefully, not because anyone enjoys rationing it, but because the next reliable source may be farther than expected. Changing climate places pressure not only on bodies but on social relationships. When resources shrink, groups may need to cooperate more closely. They may exchange information about water. They may join relatives elsewhere. Or tension may increase when several communities depend on the same shrinking landscape. Archaeology rarely preserves the emotional side of this. You may find fewer occupations at a site, you may see changes in tool materials, you may notice that people began travelling farther to obtain stone, but you cannot easily excavate anxiety. You cannot uncover the conversation in which someone says the old spring has failed. By late afternoon, the landscape becomes more open, animal tracks are less frequent. The group finds a cluster of edible plants near a shallow depression. People begin gathering immediately. A few roots are small, seeds are collected into a hide container, nothing is wasted simply because it looks unimpressive. During difficult periods, broad diets can become especially valuable. Small animals, shellfish, roots, seeds, insects, fish, and other resources may reduce dependence on one unreliable food source. The ability of Homo sapiens to use highly varied environments is one of the striking features of our species. By this period, humans occupy tropical, temperate, coastal, arid, and increasingly cold landscapes. That flexibility does not mean every environment is easy. It means people learn different solutions. You continue after the heat fades. The sky becomes copper-coloured near the horizon. Ahead, birds circle above darker vegetation. The adults quicken their pace slightly. Bird activity can signal water. Soon a shallow pool appears between low banks. It is muddy. Tracks cover every exposed edge. Antelope, smaller mammals, birds, perhaps predators too. The water is still welcome. The group camps nearby, but not directly beside it. Animals will come at night. People know better than to place sleeping children exactly where thirsty wildlife expects access. The fire is built on higher ground. As darkness settles, you begin to think about how climate may have shaped human evolution itself. Environmental instability can favor adaptability. People who can change diet, move between habitats, maintain distant social ties, and preserve knowledge across generations may cope better with unpredictable conditions. Some researchers have suggested that fluctuating African environments played an important role in shaping human behavioral flexibility. Others caution that no single climatic mechanism can explain the complexity of Homo sapiens evolution. That uncertainty is useful. It prevents the story from becoming too tidy. There was probably no one drought that made humans clever, no single cold phase that created migration. Instead, environmental pressure interacted with biology, technology, population size, and social behavior over enormous periods. The causes overlap. You watch sparks rise into the night. A person near the fire holds a piece of ochre. Another repairs a binding on a tool. These small technologies become especially important when conditions change. Better clothing extends the range of temperatures people can tolerate. Improved tools make hunting and processing more efficient. Containers allow water and food to be transported. Social networks provide information about places beyond immediate experience. Culture becomes a buffer between the body and the environment. A human body alone is not particularly well designed for cold. No thick fur, no claws for digging shelter, no extraordinary speed. Yet add fire, clothing, tools, cooperation, memory, and planning, and the same animal can live in astonishingly different places. That combination may be one of the deepest themes of your journey. Humans survive by constructing solutions outside the body. The night becomes colder. Everyone moves closer to the fire. Someone places another hide over a sleeping child. The gesture is small. Protection against climate begins at this scale. Not with humanity adapting as an abstract species, with one person covering another person because the wind has changed. A curious record of past climate is preserved in places far removed from human camps. Ice cores trap ancient atmospheric gases. Ocean sediments contain microscopic organisms sensitive to temperature. Cave deposits preserve chemical signatures related to rainfall. Lake beds hold pollen from vanished vegetation. By combining these clues, scientists can reconstruct environments no human observer ever described in writing. The landscape itself becomes an archive, and that archive reveals instability around this broad period. The world experienced rapid climate oscillations on timescales that could affect human generations. Conditions might shift significantly within centuries, sometimes faster, for people without forecasts. The only prediction system was accumulated experience. Older people therefore carried something extremely valuable: memory of unusual conditions. Perhaps an elder remembers when the river nearly disappeared 20 years earlier. Where did the group go? Which plants survived? Which valley still held water? That memory could become more important than physical strength. You listen as an older adult speaks near the fire. Several younger people are paying attention. Maybe this is exactly what is being discussed. A route used during an earlier dry period. A distant place with dependable springs. The information may be old. Tonight it becomes current again. Climate turns memory into technology. By morning, the group has decided to move toward higher ground. You follow as the first light spreads across the valley. Behind you, the muddy pool reflects a pale sky. Ahead, hills rise gradually toward colder country. No one knows what the next season will bring. There are no long-range forecasts, no rainfall models, only observation, experience, stories, and the willingness to move. You realize that much of the missing human past may have been shaped by environmental changes that repeatedly scattered populations, brought strangers together, opened routes, closed others, and erased camps beneath shifting landscapes. The world itself was moving beneath human feet, and soon. You will encounter one event that became famous precisely because some believed it nearly changed the fate of our entire species. As morning begins beneath a strange grey sky, not dark enough for night, not bright enough for a clear day, fine dust seems to hang in the air, softening the distant hills until they appear almost painted onto the horizon. You walk with the group through a landscape that feels quieter than usual. Bird calls are fewer, the light is flat, even the fire smoke seems reluctant to rise. You're moving now toward one of the most debated moments in deep human prehistory. Far away, on the island of Sumatra, a vast volcanic system known today as Toba erupted roughly 74,000 years ago. The eruption was enormous, ash spread across wide parts of South Asia, and volcanic material entered the atmosphere on a scale far beyond anything experienced in recorded human history. For years, this event attracted a dramatic explanation. Perhaps Toba nearly destroyed humanity. Perhaps the eruption caused severe global cooling. Perhaps Homo sapiens populations crashed to only a few thousand survivors. It is an unforgettable idea. It is also much less certain than it once seemed. You continue walking. The people around you have no concept of Indonesia, volcanic aerosols, or global climate systems. If they experienced effects from Toba, they would understand them only through local changes: cooler seasons, different rainfall, reduced plant growth, fewer animals, unusual skies. Perhaps nothing obvious at all, depending on where they lived. That distinction matters. An eruption can be globally enormous without affecting every human population in the same way. You stop beside a low patch of vegetation. Several adults inspect the plants carefully. The roots are smaller than expected. A woman pulls one from the soil, rubs away the dirt, and places it into a carrying container. Another person searches farther uphill. Nobody is discussing planetary catastrophe. They are solving breakfast. This is often how major environmental events enter ordinary life, not as headlines, as smaller portions, a delayed season, an unfamiliar wind, a lake that does not refill. Modern researchers once connected Toba with a proposed human genetic bottleneck. a period when the effective size of ancestral human populations may have become very small. The timing seemed appealing: a super eruption, a population reduction, a dramatic survival story. But the evidence became more complicated. Genetic bottlenecks do not translate neatly into a literal census of a few thousand people living at one moment, and reductions in genetic diversity can result from population structure, migration, isolation, and other demographic processes extending across long periods. The simple story began to loosen. You cross a shallow stream, the water is cool around your ankles, fine sediment moves between stones. On the opposite bank, several children crouch near a patch of mud and examine tracks. Life continues. That continuation has become important evidence in the toba discussion at archaeological sites in India. Stone tools have been found both below and above layers associated with toba ash. One especially significant location, Jwalapuram in southern India, produced Middle Paleolithic stone artifacts in deposits spanning the eruption. This does not prove that nothing changed. It does suggest that human occupation in at least some regions continued through the event. There is no clear sign of every community simply vanishing far away in Africa. Other archaeological records also fail to show an obvious continent-wide collapse at exactly this moment. Some locations preserve continued technological activity before and after the eruption. That makes a universal near-extinction scenario difficult to defend. The group reaches a rocky shelter before midday. Inside, the ground is dry, someone begins arranging fuel, another person lays stone tools near the wall. You look at those tools differently now. If archaeologists thousands of generations later found similar objects above and below a volcanic ash layer, the continuity might appear simple. Same region, similar technology, occupation continues. But imagine what could have happened between those layers: weeks of hunger, temporary movement, loss of particular individuals. New families arriving, old routes abandoned, changes in hunting, changes in vegetation. Archaeology can show continuity without preserving comfort. Survival does not mean life was easy. You sit near the entrance. The air outside remains hazy. Toba was one of the largest known explosive eruptions of the Quaternary period. Its youngest Toba tuff deposits cover an enormous area, and estimates place the volume of erupted material in the thousands of cubic kilometers. That physical scale is not seriously in question. The argument concerns consequence. How strongly did it cool the planet? For how long? Which regions experienced severe ecological disruption? And how much did those changes influence human populations? Climate models have produced different answers depending on assumptions about sulfur emissions, atmospheric chemistry, aerosol behavior, and background climate conditions. Some simulations suggest strong short-term cooling. Others imply effects less apocalyptic than earlier popular accounts. The uncertainty is not a weakness in science. It is what happens when researchers test a dramatic idea against better evidence. You watch someone place food beside the fire. The shelter fills with the smell of smoke and roasted roots. A child sits close to the warmth. An adult gently pulls the child backward from the hottest stones. Ordinary care persists even while you're thinking about supervolcanoes. That contrast feels appropriate. Deep history is rarely experienced at the scale by which it is later described. A geologist sees an eruption layer stretching across a continent. A prehistoric family sees dust, a colder morning, a poor harvest of wild plants, perhaps a strange sunset. You step outside again. The clouds have broken slightly. Light reaches the valley. Animals appear near a distant water source. The group notices immediately. Several people begin preparing hunting equipment if ecological conditions became difficult after Toba. Flexible diets and mobility could have helped human communities cope. People capable of moving between food sources, maintaining wider social networks, and using different environments may have been less vulnerable than populations tied to one narrow resource. This does not require a miraculous survival instinct. It requires accumulated cultural knowledge. You remember the earlier lessons beside the fire where water lies, which roots remain edible during dry periods, how to repair tools, how to contact relatives elsewhere. The same skills that make ordinary life possible become especially valuable when conditions deteriorate. One small but revealing point is that volcanic ash can become a chronological marker for archaeologists. A distinctive ash layer deposited across a large region can link sites separated by considerable distances. The eruption that disrupted ancient environments now helps modern researchers line up fragments of time. Catastrophe becomes a timestamp. There is something quietly ironic about that. The same ash that may once have obscured the sky now helps clarify chronology by evening. The haze has thinned. You sit with the group near the shelter entrance. The fire burns steadily. Someone works on a stone point while another divides gathered food. No one behaves like the final survivors of humanity. That image belongs mostly to modern storytelling. The real human population around 74,000 years ago was probably spread across many regions, divided into numerous communities with different exposures to environmental stress. Some may have suffered badly, others may have noticed only modest effects. Some populations could have declined while others remained stable. That unevenness now seems more plausible than one global demographic collapse caused by a single eruption. Still, Toba remains important, not because it offers a neat answer, but because it reveals how difficult it is to connect environmental events with human evolution. A dramatic geological event does not automatically produce a dramatic human outcome. The relationship depends on location, ecology, population structure, technology, mobility, and chance. You watch the final light fade behind the hills. Perhaps that is why the Toba story remains so compelling. It sits at the boundary between evidence and imagination, a real eruption, a real climate disturbance, a real human population living through the period, and a question still open enough to resist a simple bedtime answer. The fire settles into red embers above you. The sky has cleared, stars return one by one. Whatever happened after Toba, humans continued, they moved, they adapted, they carried children, they repaired tools, they remembered water, and as the generations passed, the ash disappeared beneath new soil. Ahead, another kind of disappearing world is waiting, not one buried by volcanoes, one slowly covered by rising seas. You wake beside water again. This time the shoreline feels broader. The sea lies far beyond a wide stretch of exposed ground, and between you and the distant waves are shallow channels, damp flats, patches of grass, and low ridges of sand. Birds move across the open space in scattered groups, calling sharply in the cool morning air. The landscape looks permanent. It is not. Around 60,000 years ago, sea level is often much lower than it is today because enormous quantities of water are locked inside ice sheets. During colder periods of the Pleistocene, coastlines can extend far beyond the places where modern beaches now end. You're standing on land that may one day disappear beneath the sea. The people around you do not know this. For them, the exposed plain is simply part of the world. They walk across it, gather food from it, follow animals over it. Perhaps return to the same places year after year. You move with a small group toward a shallow tidal channel. The mud is cool beneath your feet. Someone carries a wooden digging stick. Another person holds a basket or bag made from plant fiber, a useful object that has almost no chance of surviving for tens of thousands of years. Shellfish are collected. Small fish become trapped in shrinking pools. A child turns over stones and searches beneath them. The work is slow but dependable. Coastal environments can provide concentrated resources with less danger than hunting large animals. That does not make coastal life easy. Tides shift, storms arrive, fresh water may be scarce, and exposed shores can change shape dramatically even within one lifetime. You look inland. A low river crosses the plain before reaching the sea. The river mouth creates an estuary filled with reeds and birds. Places like this can be extraordinarily productive. Fish, shellfish, waterfowl, plants, animals coming to drink. If people return regularly, traces of their camps may accumulate nearby. But the future has an unfortunate habit of hiding convenient archaeological sites as ice sheets later shrink. The ocean rises, slowly at first, then sometimes more rapidly during periods of strong melting. The shoreline moves inland, the estuary shifts, the river valley floods. The ground where you're walking becomes seabed. This is one reason reconstructing prehistoric migration is so difficult. Modern coastlines are not reliable guides to ancient ones. A map of today's world can place blue ocean over territory that once connected entire regions. You continue across the flat ground, far in the distance. Hills rise where the future coastline may eventually settle. Between you and those hills lies an enormous missing archive. Archaeologists call the shallow, submerged edges of continents continental shelves. During periods of low sea level, large portions of these shelves were exposed, in Southeast Asia, for example. Lower seas joined many present-day islands into a broad landmass known as Sunda. Britain was connected to continental Europe during later Ice Age phases. Australia and New Guinea formed part of the larger continent of Sahul, although deep water crossings were still required to reach it. The geography of human movement was completely different. You stop near a patch of shells beside an old hearth. Blackened stones sit in a rough circle. A few stone flakes lie nearby. The remains are modest, but if this place were preserved, it might tell future researchers that people lived here. Now imagine the sea rising over it. Waves disturb the sediment. Currents scatter lighter material. Sand covers the hearth. Marine organisms burrow through the layers. Thousands of years pass. Finding the site later becomes extraordinarily difficult. This may have happened to countless camps. The absence of coastal sites from certain periods may therefore reflect drowning as much as human behaviour. There is an odd consequence. The archaeological record can make inland caves look more important than they really were. Caves preserve occupation layers. Drowned beaches do not cooperate nearly as well. So the surviving record may quietly favour people who happen to spend time in places good at preserving evidence. You walk beside the river, the group follows a line of reeds, a person stops to inspect a cluster of footprints. Some belong to deer-like animals, others are human. The tracks lead toward higher ground. Perhaps the camp is moving because the tide is changing. Perhaps another source of food lies inland. People do not have to choose between being coastal or inland. They can use both. That matters when you think about proposed coastal migration routes. The idea that Homo sapiens expanded rapidly along southern Asian shorelines has been influential because coasts offer food and directional pathways. But there is no reason to imagine people marching obediently along a narrow strip of beach. Groups may move inland along rivers, return to shore, cross hills, follow seasonal herds, visit freshwater wetlands. Different environments overlap. The route becomes a web rather than a line. Researchers working on early dispersals continue to test how important these coastal corridors were. Some genetic models and archaeological finds support relatively rapid movements eastward, while underwater loss makes direct evidence frustratingly incomplete. The disagreement persists partly because the most useful places to search may now be underwater. You reach a raised terrace above the plain. From here, You can see the distant sea more clearly. The horizon gleams beneath the afternoon sun. Someone has left shells near the base of a rock. One shell has a small natural opening. A person picks it up and threads a fibre through the hole. Perhaps it becomes decoration. Shell beads have been found at prehistoric sites dating far earlier than 60,000 years ago in parts of Africa and the eastern Mediterranean. Their presence suggests that coastal objects could carry meanings beyond food. A shell may signal identity, belonging, status, a relationship with another group, or simply personal preference. You do not know which. That uncertainty is worth keeping. It is easy to turn every prehistoric ornament into a grand symbolic system. Sometimes a person may simply have liked the way something looked. Humans are allowed to have taste before civilization. You continue along the terrace. The afternoon grows warmer, below. The tide reaches farther across the mudflats. Water fills channels that were dry in the morning. Children watch from higher ground. One points toward a place where footprints are disappearing. You have seen this before. The sea erases quickly, but over centuries, the same process happens on a much larger scale. Imagine a family returning to a familiar camping place after many years. The beach is narrower, a freshwater pool has become salty, a low ridge has vanished. Perhaps they move inland and establish a new camp. Their children remember both places. Their grandchildren know only the second. Sea level rise becomes part of lived memory before it becomes geology. Could oral traditions preserve memories of such changes in several parts of the modern world? Researchers have examined indigenous stories that appear to describe ancient coastal flooding or environmental transformation. Some interpretations suggest impressive continuity across many generations. Others warn that connecting a particular story to a specific prehistoric event is extremely difficult. Stories change. Landscapes inspire repeated explanations. The evidence must be handled carefully. Still, the possibility makes you listen differently when evening conversation begins. The group has settled on higher ground. A fire burns behind a shelter made from branches and hide. An older person gestures toward the distant water while speaking to younger listeners. Perhaps the story concerns tides, perhaps storms, perhaps a place that used to be farther out. You cannot know. But the landscape is changing whether anyone records it or not. The sea is one of history's quietest erasers. It covers camps without intention. It removes roads that were never roads. It hides river valleys, hunting grounds, freshwater springs, and gathering places. Entire migration corridors can disappear beneath blue water on a modern map. The sun lowers. The exposed plain turns gold. Birds settle near the estuary. Smoke from the camp drifts inland. You look once more toward the distant shoreline and try to imagine it thousands of years from now. The sea has moved closer. The plain is gone. Fish swim above the old hearth. Sediment covers the place where children collected shells, and future researchers stand on a beach far inland, wondering where the evidence went. It did not necessarily vanish. Some of it is simply beneath the waves. The missing years of human history may therefore be missing partly because the planet itself rearranged the archive. And tomorrow, as you leave this drowned future behind, you will begin noticing something else that survived only in fragments, marks, pigments, and objects suggesting that the minds around these ancient fires may have been far more familiar than older theories once allowed. You leave the coast behind under a pale morning sky. For several hours, the path follows dry ground between low hills. The air smells of dust, grass, and warm stone. In the distance, scattered trees stand above a shallow valley where water appears only seasonally. The group moves without hurry. By now, the rhythm feels familiar. Walk, pause, search, listen, carry, remember. Then someone stops beside a patch of exposed earth. At first, you see nothing unusual. There are stones, fragments of bone, a little ash from an old fire. Then a small piece of red material appears between the fingers of the person crouching beside you. Ochre. The surface is worn. One edge shows traces of grinding. The object is ordinary enough to fit inside a hand, yet it belongs to one of the most important questions in human prehistory. When did people begin thinking symbolically in ways that feel recognizably modern? For many years, one influential idea placed a major behavioral transformation around 40,000 years ago, especially in Europe. That period is associated with spectacular cave paintings, carved figures, personal ornaments, and increasingly varied tools. The pattern once seemed to suggest a sudden cultural awakening. Then earlier discoveries began accumulating elsewhere, especially in Africa. You turn the ochre over. At sites such as Blombos Cave in South Africa, pieces of ochre bearing deliberately engraved patterns date back more than 70,000 years. Other African sites preserve beads, pigments, complex technologies, and evidence of long-distance material movement from even earlier periods. Human behavior did not simply switch on when people entered Europe. The story stretches much farther back. You follow the group toward a rock shelter. Inside, sunlight reaches only the first few meters. The rear remains cool and dim. Someone places a stone slab near the entrance and begins grinding pigment against it. Fine red powder gathers on the surface. Why there is no single answer. Ochre can have practical uses. It may help treat hides. It may be mixed with adhesives. It can serve as coloring material. It may be applied to skin or objects. In some contexts, its use could also carry social or symbolic meaning. One object can perform several jobs. That is why interpretation becomes difficult. A lump of pigment does not arrive with a note attached explaining whether it was chemistry, decoration, ritual, or all three. You watch the powder collect. Another person adds a small amount of liquid. The mixture darkens. A finger touches it. A red streak appears on skin. The gesture lasts only seconds. If the pigment is later washed away, almost nothing remains. Perhaps prehistoric bodies were among the first canvases. If so, the archaeological record has lost nearly all of them. Skin does not preserve well. Hairstyles vanish. Feathers decay. Painted wooden objects rot. Decorated hides disappear. A society may surround itself with colour while leaving future archaeologists only a few stained stones. This creates another distortion. You tend to imagine prehistory in earth tones because earth tones are what survive. Grey stone, brown bone, dark charcoal. But the living world could have been brighter. Red ochre, yellow minerals, white shell, black charcoal, bird feathers, animal skins, plants woven together. People may have decorated themselves in ways you would instantly recognize as social expression. Or perhaps some groups did very little of this. Variation is almost certain. You step outside. A child is holding a shell with a small opening near one end. A cord passes through it. Similar shell beads have been found at sites in North Africa, Southern Africa, and the Eastern Mediterranean from very deep periods of prehistory. Some examples predate 60,000 years ago. A bead seems trivial until you consider what wearing one can communicate. It serves no obvious cutting function. It does not make a spear sharper. It does not boil water. Its value lies somewhere else. Perhaps identity, group membership, age, personal attachment, exchange relationships, or simply the prehistoric equivalent of thinking. This looks nice. That last possibility deserves more respect than it usually receives. Not every human choice must be explained by survival. Sometimes people prefer things. You continue across the valley. The child with the shell walks beside an adult carrying several stone tools. The combination is revealing. Technology and decoration are not separate stages of human evolution. The same people can make efficient tools and care about appearance. Modern humans do this without difficulty. There is no reason ancient humans could not. By midday, the group reaches a shallow cave. Near the wall, someone scratches a pattern into a soft surface. Parallel lines, then crossing lines. The marks do not clearly depict an animal. They are geometric. You watch the hand move deliberately. The pattern resembles examples that archaeologists sometimes describe as abstract engraving. But what does abstraction mean here? Perhaps the lines represent something. Perhaps they mark ownership. Perhaps they are practice. Perhaps the person enjoys repetition. The temptation to translate every mark into a message is strong. The evidence rarely allows it. One of the most intriguing features of deep prehistoric markings is their intentionality. Repeated lines arranged in consistent patterns suggest that people sometimes created forms not required by immediate practical tasks. That alone matters, but moving from deliberate marking to specific symbolic language is much harder. Researchers have proposed different interpretations for engraved ochre and similar artifacts. From symbolic communication to aesthetic behavior or socially learned convention, no explanation has eliminated all alternatives. You sit in the shade. That uncertainty does not make the objects less interesting, it makes them more human. Think of a modern notebook margin covered in repeated shapes. Was it artboard and planning a memory aid? A private symbol without context. Even something created yesterday can be difficult to interpret. Now multiply the problem by 60,000 years. Later in the afternoon, you notice another small object. A smooth stone has been transported from somewhere else. Its color differs from the local geology. Someone carried it here deliberately. There may be no practical reason. Humans collect unusual objects. A stone can be valued because of color, shape, origin, or association. Such behavior is difficult to classify but easy to recognize. You may have done the same thing on a beach, picked up a shell, kept a smooth pebble, carried home something with no economic value at all. That impulse has deep roots. The group moves again as shadows lengthen. Along the way, several people stop beside a cliff face. You look for paintings. There are none you can confidently identify. This absence creates another famous puzzle. If symbolic behavior existed so early, why does spectacular representational art become much more visible later? One answer may be preservation. Painted open-air surfaces erode, wooden carvings rot, body paint disappears, sand drawings vanish almost instantly. Even cave art requires unusual circumstances to survive. Another possibility is that traditions genuinely changed over time. The abundance of figurative art in later periods may reflect demographic growth. Stronger social networks, changing ritual practices, or new cultural preferences. There does not need to be one universal explanation. The mind may be capable of something long before every society chooses to express it in the same way. Evening arrives. The camp is established beneath an overhang. Someone grinds ochre again. A few people sit close to the fire. The red powder looks almost black in the dim light until the flames brighten. Then the colour returns. One person traces a line along another person's arm. Perhaps practical, perhaps decorative, perhaps meaningful in a way you will never recover. The mark will be gone soon. That is the important part. Much of what makes human culture visible to other humans is temporary. A painted face lasts hours, a song lasts minutes, a gesture lasts seconds, a style of hair may last weeks, a story may survive generations, then disappear completely. Archaeology captures only a narrow fraction of this. You look around the fire. The people here may already possess traditions of appearance, identity, storytelling, ornament, and symbolic behavior far richer than the surviving evidence suggests. The old image of a sudden awakening begins to feel less convincing. There may have been no single morning when humans became culturally modern. Instead, behaviors emerged in different places, disappeared, returned, spread, and changed. History before history may have been full of experiments. Some left descendants, some did not. The fire settles lower. The ochre stone lies beside the hearth. Tomorrow it may be carried onward, or forgotten, if forgotten. Perhaps someone will find it tens of thousands of years later and try to understand what it meant. They may never know, and as you fall quiet beside the glowing embers, another mystery begins to form. If ancient humans were already capable of marks, pigments, ornaments, and symbolic traditions, then perhaps the missing art of their period is not missing because it never existed. Perhaps most of it was simply made on things that could not survive. You wake beneath a wall of stone. Morning light reaches the cave entrance slowly, revealing rough surfaces stained by minerals, smoke, moisture, and age. Someone has already stirred the ashes of last night's fire. Another person sits near the opening, sharpening a small stone edge while the valley outside turns pale gold. You look toward the cave wall. There are no painted horses, no great herds drawn in charcoal, no dramatic handprints glowing red against limestone. Nothing that resembles the famous decorated caves of later Ice Age Europe, and yet, after everything you have already seen, it would be a mistake to assume that people around 60,000 years ago lived without art. The problem is preservation. Later prehistoric cave paintings survive partly because certain people placed images inside protected chambers where sunlight, rain, wind, and changing temperatures had less opportunity to destroy them. Most surfaces in everyday life are far less generous. Wood rots, bark splits, skin decomposes, pigment washes from bodies, patterns drawn in sand disappear with one strong breeze. You step outside. A child is tracing lines into damp earth with a stick. The pattern begins as several parallel marks, then curves into a rough shape. Another child walks directly across it. The artist protests. A few minutes later, the marks are repaired. By afternoon, footsteps will distort them again. By tomorrow, rain may remove them completely. If prehistoric people made drawings like this, archaeology would never know. The same is true of objects made from wood. You follow an adult carrying a straight branch toward the fire. The surface has been scraped smooth. Near one end, shallow lines have been cut into the wood. Are they decoration, a grip, a counting system, simply marks left while shaping the object you cannot tell? But even if the pattern were clearly decorative, the wood would probably vanish long before anyone in the modern world could study it. That possibility changes how you imagine early human culture. Perhaps archaeological silence is not cultural silence. Perhaps you are simply listening through a very poor microphone. You move farther into the valley. Several people stop near a patch of mineral-rich soil. One collects red ochre, another breaks off a piece of yellowish material. Pigments are portable. They can be ground, mixed, applied. A little powder can transform skin, hide, stone, or wood. Ochre use reaches very deep into the archaeological record of Homo sapiens, and some examples clearly show deliberate grinding or engraving. At Blombos Cave, engraved ochre pieces older than 70,000 years preserve geometric patterns. At other African sites, pigment processing occurred tens of thousands of years before the spectacular cave paintings associated with much later Europe. So the capacity to make marks and manipulate colour already exists. What remains uncertain is how often those abilities became images. You imagine a person painting a simple animal on a hide stretched near the shelter. Perhaps charcoal forms the outline. Red pigment adds another layer. The image lasts several seasons. Then the hide is used until it tears. Pieces are cut away. Eventually the material decays. A complete artwork disappears without leaving anything archaeologists can recognize. There's nothing unusual about this. Modern humans create enormous amounts of visual culture on fragile materials: paper, fabric, wood, walls exposed to weather, digital screens. Remove the preservation system surrounding modern society, and an impressive amount would vanish quickly. Prehistoric art faces the same problem, only multiplied across tens of thousands of years. You reach a shallow rock overhang on one wall. Someone has made several marks in soft mineral deposits. No clear animal emerges, no human figure, just lines. The meaning is impossible to recover. This is where modern expectations can become misleading. When people hear the word art, they often expect realism, a recognizable bison, a horse, a human face. But visual culture does not have to represent literal objects. Patterns can matter, colors can matter, placement can matter. A design may identify a person or group without depicting anything at all. Even today, a flag is mostly geometry and color, without cultural knowledge. The arrangement means very little. With that knowledge, it can carry enormous significance. You look again at the lines. Perhaps the same was true here, or perhaps not. There is no need to force an answer. One of the quieter lessons of deep prehistory is learning to remain comfortable with uncertainty. By midday, the group reaches a river. A woman sits near the bank and begins applying red pigment to another person's skin. The lines follow the arm. Then a patch is rubbed across the shoulder. The colour is vivid in sunlight. Body painting offers one possible explanation for the extensive use of pigments at prehistoric sites. It could serve social, decorative, ritual, protective, or practical purposes. Some pigments may even help with skin protection or insect control under certain conditions. One substance can carry many functions at once. That makes modern categories such as art and utility difficult to separate. A painted body can be beautiful and practical. A decorated tool can work perfectly well. A symbolic object can also serve an ordinary task. People do not organize their lives according to museum labels. Later, you notice a feather tied into someone's hair. The feather will never fossilize here. Neither will the cord holding it, if no accidental impression survives. The entire appearance of that person will vanish. Future reconstructions may show plain hair simply because plain hair is safer to assume. This is how preservation quietly makes ancient people look less colourful than they may have been. One small clue from later Ice Age sites shows just how deceptive that can be. Certain prehistoric burials preserve thousands of beads associated with clothing, suggesting garments richly decorated with ornaments. The textile itself is gone. Only the harder components remain. If the beads had also decayed, the clothing would be invisible. You begin wondering how many elaborate objects disappeared because every part was organic. A woven belt patterned with coloured fibres, a painted wooden mask, a carved stick, a feathered headdress, a decorated carrying bag. None requires advanced machinery. All require only time, skill, and cultural interest. Did people 60,000 years ago make such things? You cannot confidently say. But there is nothing biologically impossible about it. The real question is evidence. As the afternoon cools, you return toward the shelter. Along the way, you pass a smooth patch of sand. Someone has drawn several looping lines across it. Perhaps it is a game, perhaps a map, perhaps an image. The person who made it does not explain. Wind begins moving grains across the marks. Within minutes, the edges soften. You watch the drawing disappear. There is something almost perfect about the demonstration. An entire visual act exists. Then it does not. No fossilization, no artifact, no trace. This could have happened billions of times across human history. Every generation may have produced temporary images that left no record. That possibility helps explain another puzzle. Why does representational art appear to become much more abundant later? Particularly after about 45,000 years ago, maybe there really was an increase in artistic production. Growing populations could have created larger social networks. New traditions may have encouraged cave painting, carving, and ornament. People may have begun using durable surfaces more frequently. But another part of the apparent explosion could reflect discovery and preservation. Protected caves are unusually visible archaeological archives. Open landscapes are not. The debate has therefore shifted away from a simple idea that human minds suddenly became modern. Evidence from Africa and other regions increasingly suggests a long, uneven development of symbolic and technological behavior. Some traditions appear early and then vanish locally. Others return much later. Culture can be lost. A small population that becomes isolated may abandon a technique simply because too few skilled people remain to maintain it. Innovation is not permanent. You settle beside the evening fire, someone holds up the painted hide you imagined earlier. Perhaps there really is one. Perhaps there is not. The point is that the archaeological record cannot easily distinguish between cultures that never made fragile art and cultures that made enormous amounts of it. You look around, red pigment on skin, a shell hanging from cord, incised marks on wood, patterns scratched into earth. Each could be meaningful, each could disappear. The fire burns lower. A person nearby begins humming quietly while working. Even the melody is temporary. Art does not need to survive to have mattered. A song can shape an evening. A painted body can change how someone appears to others. A drawing can entertain a child for 10 minutes. A carved object can carry memory until it breaks. Most culture exists first for the living, not for archaeologists. That realization makes the missing millennia feel less empty again. Perhaps the silence is not evidence of absence. Perhaps it is evidence of fragility. And as night settles over the valley, you begin to understand that the greatest missing archive of early humanity may have been made from skin, wood, fiber, sound, movement, and memory. Almost none of it was built to last. You leave the shelter just after sunrise and follow the group into open country. The air is cool enough to make your fingers stiff at first, but the light is already brightening the grass. A few birds rise from the ground ahead of you, farther away. Dark shapes move slowly along the edge of a low ridge. Animals. The people around you notice them immediately. No one needs binoculars. No one checks a map. There is no weather app, no satellite image, no trail camera, and certainly no cheerful notification telling you that a herd has conveniently entered the area. Instead, information comes from the ground, from sound, from smell, from memory, around 60,000 years ago. Survival depends heavily on reading landscapes in ways most modern people rarely practice. A broken stem can matter. Fresh dung can matter. The direction of hoofprints can matter. Bird behavior can matter. Wind direction can matter. Even silence can matter. You follow an experienced tracker toward a patch of soft earth. Several prints cross one another. At first they look confusing. The tracker crouches. One mark is touched, then another. A younger person watches closely. Perhaps the adult is explaining which tracks are newest. Perhaps the depth of the print suggests weight. Perhaps the sharpness of the edges reveals how recently the animal passed. You cannot hear every word, but you can see the lesson. Tracking is not magic. It is accumulated observation. A person who spends decades watching animals can learn to connect tiny signs into a larger picture. The herd is moving slowly. The animals passed after dawn. One may be injured. They're heading toward water. Every conclusion is built from details. You continue across the plain. The landscape itself becomes a kind of text. Dry grass bends where animals passed. A faint path curves between two groups of trees. Small piles of droppings mark repeated movement. A feather lies near a patch of disturbed ground. Someone pauses to sniff the air. Another person looks at the clouds. Modern life often separates knowledge into categories: meteorology, zoology, botany, geography. Here, all of it blends into one practical skill. You need to know what the world is doing. By mid-morning, the group reaches a shallow valley. Fresh tracks cross a damp patch near the bottom. The people slow down. Some remain behind with children. Others prepare hunting equipment. The wooden spears you saw being made earlier are checked. Bindings are tightened. Stone points are examined. But hunting is only one part of the day's work. Several adults turn away from the tracks entirely and begin gathering plants. That choice is important. Popular images of prehistoric life often place hunting at the center of everything. A dramatic animal, a spear, a dangerous chase. It makes good cinema. Daily calories may have been much less dramatic. In many hunter-gatherer environments, gathered plant foods, shellfish, small animals, fish, insects, nuts, seeds, roots, and fruits can contribute greatly to diet. The proportions vary enormously by ecology. There was no universal Stone Age menu. People ate what local environments offered and what their cultural knowledge taught them to use. You follow the gatherers. One person digs near the base of a plant with a wooden stick. Another collects seeds into a container. A third searches under fallen branches. The work is patient. A root is loosened from dry soil. It is small. Then another appears. Then another. By noon, the container is noticeably heavier. No single discovery looks impressive. Together they become food. That is a useful correction to the image of prehistoric survival, depending on one heroic hunter. Human groups survive through many modest successes: a handful of seeds, several roots, a trapped animal, a fish, a portion of meat shared from yesterday. A good landscape offers options. The afternoon heat begins to rise. You move towards shade. Someone notices insects clustering near a hollow tree. The group stops. Honey may be inside. Honey collecting is known among many recent and historically documented hunter-gatherer societies, and humans probably exploited wild honey deep into prehistory, though direct archaeological evidence is understandably scarce. Honey does not leave a convenient pile of stone tools behind. Wax sometimes survives under unusual conditions. The sticky hands do not. Still, the attraction is obvious. Honey is energy-rich, sweet, portable for short periods if a suitable container exists. And judging by human behavior today, the desire to investigate suspiciously high-calorie sweetness probably has a respectable evolutionary history. You remain safely below while someone climbs. There is movement above. A few irritated insects appear. The person comes down quickly. Apparently, prehistoric food acquisition also includes moments when lunch objects are being collected. A small portion of the honeycomb is eventually shared. The sweetness feels startling after days of roots, roasted foods and dried meat. Children receive some. Their attention becomes immediate. Certain things require no cultural translation. You continue later in the day. The hunters have not returned. Nobody seems alarmed. Hunting can take time. It can also fail. Failure is normal. This matters because archaeological sites often preserve the bones of animals that were successfully acquired. They rarely preserve all the unsuccessful hours spent following tracks that led nowhere. The record, therefore, emphasizes success. A pile of butchered bones can make hunting look efficient. It cannot show the 5 previous attempts that produced nothing. You sit beside a small stream while several people wash gathered plants. Perhaps this is one of the missing elements of prehistoric life that deserves more attention. Waiting, searching, trying, returning without much. Then trying again. Human survival is built partly on redundancy. If hunting fails, gathering still matters. If one plant is unavailable, another may be used. If a water source dries, another route is remembered. Flexible behavior reduces dependence on perfect outcomes. Later, you hear voices from the ridge. The hunters return. They are carrying meat, not an enormous animal. No triumphant procession follows. The group simply begins working. The carcass is divided. Stone flakes cut through hide and tissue. Useful parts are separated. Some meat will be cooked quickly. Other portions may be transported. Bones may be broken later. Sinew can be useful. Hide can be processed. A hunted animal is not just food. It is raw material. Nothing about the process feels wasteful. The animal represented risk, effort, and time. People understand its value directly. One of the more revealing insights from prehistoric archaeology comes from microscopic damage on stone tools. Edges preserve wear patterns. Tiny residues may remain under magnification. Researchers can sometimes distinguish tools used for cutting meat, scraping hide, working wood, or processing plants. A simple flake can therefore contain a hidden history of use. The shape alone does not tell the whole story. This has complicated older interpretations that classified tools mainly by appearance. 2 nearly identical stone pieces may have served very different tasks. Again, the ancient world refuses tidy labels. You watch one person sharpen a wooden point, another uses a stone edge to scrape hide, a third slices plant material. The same basic technological tradition supports different activities. As evening approaches, the group moves to higher ground. The temperature drops quickly once the sun lowers. A fire is built. Food is placed near the coals. You can smell meat cooking alongside roots, and perhaps a small amount of honeycomb warming near the edge. The combination feels almost luxurious after the long walk. People begin eating, some portions are passed around. The successful hunters do not necessarily consume everything themselves. Sharing food spreads risk across the group. Today, one person succeeds. Tomorrow, someone else may provide the important meal. Studies of recent hunter-gatherer societies have shown that food sharing can strengthen social ties and buffer uncertainty. Though no living community should be treated as a direct copy of people 60,000 years ago. The deeper principle is clear enough. Individual luck changes. Cooperation makes that luck less dangerous. You sit near the edge of the firelight. The tracker from this morning is speaking to the younger learner again. A finger traces shapes in the dust. Perhaps the route of the animals is being reconstructed. Perhaps the adult is explaining why the herd turned. The lesson continues after the hunt is finished. Knowledge is not only used, it is reviewed. The sky darkens. Animal calls sound from far beyond the camp. You think about how intimate these people are with the movements of other species. They know when animals breed, when they migrate, where they drink, which plants they prefer, where predators wait. This does not mean prehistoric humans live in perfect harmony with nature. They hunt, they compete, they make mistakes. They can overexploit local resources just as later humans can. But dependence encourages attention. A forgotten seasonal pattern can cost food. A misread track can waste hours. A wrong assumption about rain can become dangerous. The world teaches constantly. You look toward the dark plain. Somewhere out there, the same herd is moving beneath the stars. Tomorrow its tracks may be visible again. The people beside you will read them. And as you continue farther across these enormous landscapes, you begin to understand how humans reached places separated by deserts, mountains, rivers, and seas. They didn't move through blank space. They followed living systems, animals, water, plants, seasonal cycles, one remembered landscape leading into another. And soon, those movements will carry you toward one of the most astonishing destinations in the entire ancient journey, a continent reached long before anyone once thought possible. You wake before dawn with the sound of water somewhere ahead, not a river this time. The rhythm is broader, slower. A deep repeating movement reaches you through the darkness. Waves. The group has been travelling through unfamiliar country for days, and now the land ends at a coast that feels different from the one you crossed earlier. The air's warmer, vegetation is thicker in places. Bird calls begin before sunrise, when the sky finally lightens. You see islands in the distance. Some are faint. Some appear as dark shapes rising from the sea, around 60,000 years ago. Humans are already moving far beyond the regions where Homo sapiens first evolved. And somewhere within this broad period, people reach Sahul, the prehistoric landmass that joined Australia and New Guinea when sea levels were lower. This is one of the most remarkable journeys in human prehistory, because unlike movement across exposed plains, reaching Sahul requires crossing open water. There is no land bridge connecting it completely to Southeast Asia. Even during low sea levels, deep channels remain. You stand at the shore and look across. The next piece of land is visible, perhaps, or perhaps only clouds above it suggest its presence. Either way, someone has to leave the coast. That changes everything. You watch several adults examining pieces of wood. Straight branches are tested. Larger logs lie near the water. Plant fibers are gathered. No boat survives here for future archaeologists. Wood decays. Rope disappears. A vessel can carry people across the sea and then vanish so completely that later generations are left arguing about what it looked like. That is the central mystery. Humans reached Sahul. Therefore, some form of watercraft existed. But the craft itself is gone. The absence of preserved boats does not erase the crossing. It simply makes the technology invisible. You follow the group closer to the beach. The tide is low. Shellfish are exposed along the rocks. Children collect them while adults continue working. The scene is calm. There is no sense that everyone is preparing for a heroic expedition. Perhaps this is not the first crossing. Perhaps short trips between nearby islands have been part of life for generations. That possibility matters. Seafaring skills rarely appear all at once. People can learn gradually how wood behaves in water, how currents pull, how wind changes, how much weight a raft can carry, how to land safely. Which island is visible from another? Knowledge of the sea can accumulate just like knowledge of plants or animal tracks. You crouch beside a bundle of plant fibre. Someone twists strands together. Cordage. Again. The same fragile technology that helped bind spear points may now help bind logs or secure equipment. A simple fibre can connect an entire vessel. It is easy to admire stone tools because they survive. But perhaps some of the most important inventions of prehistory were made from materials destined to rot. You imagine a raft, several logs tied together, maybe a platform of bamboo or other buoyant wood, perhaps a more sophisticated craft. There is no certainty. The watercraft used by the earliest people reaching Sahul remain unknown, whatever their exact construction. They had to work well enough to carry humans across stretches of open sea. That means people were not simply swept accidentally onto a beach by one unfortunate storm. Repeated population movement requires something more reliable. The archaeological record in Australia now places human presence at least tens of thousands of years into the past, with sites such as Majid Beb in northern Australia producing evidence often dated to around 65,000 years ago. Though the interpretation and chronology of the earliest occupation levels have prompted extensive discussion, other evidence securely confirms human occupation of Sahul by at least about 50,000 years ago. The exact first arrival remains open to refinement. The larger point is secure. People crossed water far earlier than old models once assumed. You look across the sea again. That fact changes your picture of these ancient communities. They're not simply following animals over land. They are capable of planning beyond the shoreline. Crossing even a moderate stretch of sea requires preparation. Food, fresh water, passengers, tools, perhaps fire-making materials, knowledge of currents, weather, landing places, and confidence. You cannot simply walk back if the plan fails. That creates a different kind of risk. One person points toward the distant horizon, another watches the clouds, the wind is light, the sea surface is relatively calm. Perhaps today is favourable. A few people begin carrying materials toward the water. Children watch from higher ground. You wonder how decisions like this are made. Does one experienced navigator choose when to leave? Do several adults discuss the conditions? Is there disagreement? Someone may think the crossing is safe. Someone else may prefer tomorrow. No trace of the conversation survives. Only the eventual arrival does. This is one of the great frustrations of deep history. You often know the result, but not the process. People reached Sahul. You do not know the name of the person who first suggested going. You do not know who refused. You do not know who was frightened. You do not know whether anyone joked about the quality of the raft. You know only that eventually, someone crossed by midday. The vessel is near the water. Whether it resembles your imagined raft is impossible to say. Perhaps several craft travel together. That would reduce the danger of carrying an entire group on one structure. Population modelling has added another dimension to the mystery. To establish a lasting population, a single accidental traveller is not enough. A viable founding population would require multiple individuals, and probably repeated crossings or an organised movement involving enough people to maintain a community. That makes intentional voyaging increasingly likely. It suggests social coordination, planning, perhaps even traditions of navigation. You step into shallow water. It is warm around your ankles, beyond the breakers. The sea darkens. No road marks the route. No harbour waits on the other side. There's only the horizon. Yet humans have been reading horizons for a very long time. Birds can reveal nearby land. Cloud formations can gather above islands. Wave patterns can change around coastlines. Floating vegetation can indicate direction. Stars offer nighttime orientation. Modern traditional navigators in parts of the Pacific have demonstrated extraordinary abilities to read such signs. You cannot assume the earlier Sahul voyagers used the same detailed systems, but the broader lesson is useful. The sea contains information. It is not empty. A skilled observer can learn to read it. The vessel moves farther out. You imagine yourself aboard. The shore slowly recedes. At first, people on land remain visible, then they become small, then indistinct. The familiar coast begins to disappear. The motion beneath your feet is constant. The craft rises, falls, rises again. Wood creaks. Water splashes against the sides. Someone removes water collecting in a shallow part of the vessel. Another person watches the direction of the waves. Nobody speaks loudly. There is no need. The crossing is tiring enough without unnecessary drama. Hours may pass, perhaps longer. The sun moves across the sky. You begin to understand what this journey represents. not advanced shipbuilding in the later sense. No sails can be assumed, no metal tools, no written charts. Yet the cognitive demands are real. People must imagine a destination before reaching it. They must prepare for delayed reward. They must coordinate. They must trust knowledge that cannot be confirmed from the middle of the sea. This is planning at a scale older stereotypes of prehistoric humans often underestimated. A small curiosity lies in the animals that accompanied human settlement later. Australia developed in long isolation, with marsupials and other distinctive fauna when Homo sapiens arrived. They entered ecosystems unlike any they had known before. Giant marsupials still existed. Large reptiles occupied some environments. Bird communities were unfamiliar. Plants required new knowledge. Reaching a continent does not mean understanding it. The real work begins after landing. The vessel continues. Late in the day, someone points. A dark line appears ahead. Land. The reaction is calm but focused. The course changes slightly. Birds become more numerous. Floating debris passes the craft. The smell of vegetation eventually reaches you. Then waves begin breaking against a new shore. Feet touch shallow water. People drag equipment onto land. No monument marks the arrival. No stone inscription announces a new chapter in human history. There is simply wet sand. Forest. Bird calls. Smoke eventually rising from a small fire. Someone checks the water supply. Others search the edge of vegetation. Children stay close. The first priority is not celebration, it is survival. Where is fresh water? Which plants are safe? What animals live here? Where can people sleep? You walk inland a short distance. The sounds are unfamiliar. New insects, different birds, strange animal tracks. The group has crossed one barrier only to enter an entirely new ecological puzzle, and yet humans remain over generations. Communities spread through Sahul. They adapt to tropical forests, coasts, dry interiors, rivers, mountains, and grasslands. Their descendants develop extraordinary cultural traditions tied to landscapes that will eventually become Australia, New Guinea, and surrounding regions for tens of thousands of years. Those histories continue without writing. That makes the achievement feel even larger. You stand on the new shore as evening arrives. Behind you, the sea reflects the fading sky. The vessel rests near the water. By tomorrow, it may be repaired, perhaps used again. Eventually it will decay. Nothing of it may remain, but the crossing will remain inside human geography. People have reached a place that cannot be reached simply by walking. The missing history has carried you over open water, and as the first fire burns on unfamiliar ground, you begin to understand how much prehistoric ingenuity may have vanished simply because its greatest tools were made from wood, rope, memory, and courage. You wake beside the unfamiliar shore with the feeling that the landscape has changed again while you slept. The tide has moved. The fire has collapsed into grey ash. Several footprints made yesterday are already gone. A line of waves reaches farther up the beach than before, smoothing the sand until the surface looks almost untouched. You stand and look at the place where people arrived. There was a landing here, a fire, bundles, food preparation, children walking near the water, wooden equipment resting above the tide, conversation, perhaps fear, perhaps relief, and already, much of the evidence has disappeared. This morning gives you a useful lesson about why so many thousands of years of human history seem missing. The past is constantly being destroyed, not deliberately, usually not dramatically. It simply fails to preserve. You walk toward yesterday's hearth. A few blackened stones remain. Ash has spread in the wind. Some charcoal has been trampled into the sand, if nobody ever returns. The fire may eventually become little more than a faint dark stain beneath later sediment. That stain could survive, or it could be washed away next month. Archaeology depends on a long sequence of unlikely events. First, people must leave something behind. Then that object or trace must survive weather, animals, erosion, soil chemistry, geological movement, and tens of thousands of years. After that, it must remain somewhere modern researchers can reach, and finally, someone has to find it. When you put the process that way, perhaps the surprising thing is not how little survives. Perhaps it is that anything survives at all. The people around you begin moving inland. You follow them toward a shallow river. Near the bank lies a wooden digging stick left during yesterday's search for plants. The wood is still solid, useful, completely ordinary. Now imagine it lying here after the group leaves. Rain falls. Fungi begin breaking down the fibres. Insects feed on the wood. Sunlight weakens the surface. The river floods. Within years, the object may become unrecognizable. Within centuries, almost nothing remains. Stone behaves differently. A discarded stone flake may still lie nearby after 60,000 years. This preservation imbalance is one reason the Stone Age appears so full of stone. The name itself encourages you to imagine a world dominated by rock tools. Yet much of prehistoric technology was probably organic. Wood, hide, fibre, bone, bark, plant containers, cordage. Those materials form what archaeologists sometimes call the missing majority of ancient material culture. In ordinary environments, they decay. You reach a patch of forest. The ground is damp and covered with leaves. A temporary shelter has been constructed from branches. Perhaps it will stand for several nights. The roof is made from leaves and vegetation. A hide blocks the wind. The structure is perfectly adequate. It will never become a ruin. No stone foundation marks it. No brick wall collapses beside it. Once abandoned, the forest slowly absorbs it. Branches fall. Leaves rot. Plants grow through the sleeping area. Within a few seasons, the shelter may be difficult even for someone who once lived there to recognize. Imagine archaeologists arriving 60,000 years later. What would they find? Perhaps a few stone tools, maybe fragments of charcoal, possibly animal bone if the soil conditions were kind. From those traces they must reconstruct an entire campsite. It is rather like trying to understand a house after being given 3 spoons, half a brick, and something burned from the fireplace. You would prefer more evidence. History rarely asks your preference. You continue deeper inland. The soil here creates another problem. Bone does not survive equally well everywhere in acidic soils. Skeletal material can dissolve over time. Warm, wet environments accelerate biological decay. Tropical regions may therefore contain long histories of human occupation, while preserving fewer bones than colder or drier places. Caves can protect remains from some of these processes, which helps explain why they are disproportionately important in deep prehistory. You remember Denisova Cave, Blombos Cave, rock shelters encountered earlier. Their importance does not necessarily mean humans preferred spending all their time underground. Caves simply make unusually cooperative archives. Outside them, the record becomes more fragile. Later in the morning, the group reaches the river. Water cuts into one bank. Fresh earth collapses into the current. You watch a section of soil disappear. Perhaps an ancient campsite lies somewhere upstream. One flood could expose it. The next flood could destroy it. Rivers constantly rearrange landscapes. They deposit sediment in one place and remove it from another. Channels migrate. Terraces collapse. Floodplains build upward. A site may be buried safely beneath meters of sediment, or scattered before burial ever happens. The same natural force can preserve and destroy. This is one reason archaeologists must understand geology as well as artifacts. A stone point found in a river deposit may have moved far from where its maker originally dropped it. Context matters. Without context, even a beautiful object can become difficult to interpret. You stop near several scattered flakes. Are they a workshop? A hunting stop, objects moved here by water pieces made hundreds of years apart. You cannot tell simply by looking. Modern researchers face the same difficulty. The surviving artifact is only the first question. How did it get there? What layer contains it? What happened to that layer afterward? Time does not leave sites neatly arranged for museum display. Animals contribute their own confusion. Burrowing creatures move objects between layers. Large animals disturb surfaces. Rodents carry bones. Carnivores scatter remains. Tree roots push through deposits. An artifact that appears to belong beside one object may originally have rested much higher or lower. A surprisingly humble creature can therefore create serious archaeological problems. A rabbit does not know it is damaging your chronology. It has other priorities. You walk onward as the day warms, beyond the trees. Low hills show scars from erosion. Wind has removed fine sediment from exposed areas. Elsewhere, sand is accumulated in deep layers. Entire archaeological landscapes can be hidden beneath deserts. Others are gradually stripped away. Glaciers are even more destructive. In colder regions, moving ice can grind surfaces, transport rocks, remove sediment, and reshape valleys. If humans camped repeatedly in a place later covered by glacial ice, much of the evidence may simply be gone. This matters because the period you're exploring experienced enormous climatic shifts. Human populations moved through landscapes that later changed beyond recognition. Grasslands became forests, lakes vanished, deserts expanded, coastlines drowned, volcanoes covered surfaces, rivers changed direction. The map itself refused to stay still. Near midday, the group rests beside a rock wall. Someone has left a faint pigment mark on the surface. You can barely see it. Rain reaches this wall. Wind carries sand against it. Temperature changes slowly fracture the stone. How long will the mark survive? A year, a century, 10,000 years? Perhaps longer under favourable conditions. Perhaps not even one generation. The spectacular cave art preserved from later prehistory represents only those images fortunate enough to survive. Open-air art is far more vulnerable. If people painted cliffs, trees, shelters, bodies, or wooden panels 60,000 years ago, almost everything could disappear without leaving a recognizable trace. Preservation therefore filters human culture. Durable things become visible. Fragile things become silent. You begin noticing another filter. Modern discovery. A site can survive perfectly well and still remain unknown. It may be buried beneath farmland, under a modern town, inside a remote desert, beneath forest, below the sea. Perhaps nobody searches there. Perhaps excavation is impossible. Perhaps researchers have searched only a tiny percentage of the landscape. Archaeological maps can look full of dots, but those dots represent a minuscule fraction of the places ancient humans actually used. One new discovery can therefore change an entire model. A cave produces an unexpectedly early date. A tooth reveals an unknown population. A tool appears far beyond the region where scientists expected people to live. Human prehistory is repeatedly rewritten because the sample remains so small. Researchers sometimes disagree not because one side is ignoring obvious evidence, but because the evidence can support several reasonable interpretations. Sparse data makes certainty expensive. A date may have a range, a layer may be disturbed, a tool tradition may have been produced by more than one human population. The temptation is always to turn fragments into a complete story. The responsible answer is often quieter. Perhaps, probably, we do not yet know. You return toward the coast in the late afternoon. The tide is high. Yesterday's landing place lies partly under water now. Nothing about it looks historic. That thought stays with you. Important events do not always leave impressive sights. A group can cross a sea, reach a new land, build a fire, then move inland. The beach forgets within days. History may remember only because descendants remain. At the camp, someone sweeps loose material from the sleeping area with a branch. The action unintentionally removes traces that might otherwise survive. People themselves alter sites constantly. They clean, move objects, reuse tools, burn waste, carry bones elsewhere, dig holes, return years later, and build new hearths over old ones. A campsite is not frozen when occupied. It is active. Layers become mixed. Objects migrate. By evening, rain begins, soft at first, then steady. Water darkens the soil. Ash from the hearth forms thin grey streams. Footprints collapse. A discarded leaf container sinks into mud. The rain is erasing today before today is even finished. You sit beneath the shelter and listen. Drops strike leaves above you. The sound is gentle, almost soothing, and strangely appropriate for more than 80,000 years of deep human experience, erosion, decay, rising seas, soil chemistry, animals, climate, and chance have been working continuously. They have removed camps, clothing, boats, art, tools, bodies, entire landscapes. The missing history was not necessarily empty. Much of it may simply have been biodegradable. You watch the rain blur the ground outside. Tomorrow, even fewer traces of this day will remain. And yet not everything disappears. Some fragments survive in caves, some in stone, some in teeth, some in ancient DNA, and as your journey approaches its final stages, you're about to follow one of the strangest archives of all. A record carried not beneath the soil, but inside living human bodies. The rain has stopped by morning. Water still hangs from the leaves around the shelter, gathering at their tips before falling quietly onto the dark soil. The fire is reluctant to return at first. Damp wood gives off more smoke than flame, and everyone shifts slightly away until the embers finally catch. You step outside. The landscape appears washed clean. Yesterday's footprints are gone. The ash streams have disappeared into the ground. The abandoned leaf container has collapsed into wet fibers. So much of the physical record is already fading, and yet another record has been travelling with you throughout this entire journey. You cannot see it. You cannot hold it like a stone tool. It exists inside the bodies of the people around you. DNA. Around 60,000 years ago. Every person carries a genetic history inherited from countless ancestors. Parents pass DNA to children. Those children pass shuffled portions onward. Across enough generations, some genetic patterns disappear, others spread. Populations separate. They meet again, and tiny traces of those events remain inside descendants long after camps, tools, and bodies have vanished. You watch a child sitting near the fire. The child resembles several adults in small ways. The shape of the face, hair, perhaps certain expressions that are not genetic at all but learned through imitation. To the people around you, ancestry is probably understood through family memory. A mother, a father, grandparents, older relatives, perhaps stories about people who lived before anyone present was born. No one knows that their cells carry another kind of genealogy, one that researchers tens of thousands of years later will learn to read. Modern genetics has transformed the study of human prehistory because it can reveal connections that archaeology alone might never uncover. A bone fragment may look ordinary if ancient DNA survives inside it. That fragment can identify biological sex, relationships, population ancestry, and connections to people living thousands of kilometers away. Sometimes a piece of bone too small to identify anatomically can become enormously informative once its genetic material is extracted. You remember the tiny Denisovan finger bone without DNA. It might have remained an insignificant fragment. With DNA, it revealed an unknown branch of humanity. Genetics does something equally powerful with living people. Researchers compare patterns across modern genomes and use them to estimate how populations diverged and mixed in the past. The process is not a perfect recording. DNA is not a video archive. Mutations occur, populations fluctuate, natural selection changes frequencies, migration complicates boundaries. Still, patterns emerge. You walk with a group along the wet valley floor. Several families are traveling together today. Children move between adults. A young woman carries food beside a man who joined the group from another community several seasons earlier. Perhaps such movement between groups is ordinary. Marriage or partnership can connect distant communities. So can adoption, alliance, conflict, migration, and simple individual choice. Every time people move between populations and have children, genes move too. This is called gene flow. It sounds technical. In daily life, it means something simpler. Someone meets someone else. Their descendants inherit both histories. That process has happened repeatedly throughout human evolution. The genetic evidence you encountered earlier showed that ancestors of Homo sapiens interbred with Neanderthals. They also interbred with Denisovan-related populations. Those discoveries ended any easy picture of modern humans expanding across the world while remaining biologically separate from every other human group. The human family tree begins to look less like a tree, more like rivers dividing and joining again. You reach a broad stream. 2 channels separate around a low island before merging farther downstream. The comparison feels almost too convenient. One population separates, generations pass, genetic differences accumulate. Then descendants meet again, the streams combine, but even this image is imperfect. Human populations can split repeatedly and maintain occasional contact for thousands of years. There may be no single clean moment of separation. Modern genetic models therefore work with probabilities and estimates rather than exact family trees for entire populations. You follow the stream. A person ahead is carrying a shell ornament. Its material came from far away. Earlier, you used objects like this to imagine exchange networks. Genes can reveal similar networks from another direction. If people from distant groups repeatedly form families together, their descendants carry evidence of that contact. Patterns of shared ancestry can therefore expose movement even when no surviving artifact marks the journey. One particularly useful type of genetic information comes from mitochondrial DNA. Mitochondria are structures inside cells that carry a small amount of their own genetic material. This DNA is usually inherited through the maternal line. Researchers can compare mitochondrial lineages to reconstruct parts of ancient population history. The Y chromosome, passed along paternal lines in many males, provides another narrow lineage, but both represent only tiny portions of ancestry. Most of your genome comes from autosomal DNA, reshuffled every generation. That broader genetic mixture contains much more information, though reconstructing ancient events from it can become complex. You pause beside the stream while people drink. It is tempting to imagine a genetic lineage as a direct record of one ancient person. Reality is messier. Go back enough generations and the number of genealogical ancestors grows rapidly. Many leave no identifiable segment of DNA in a particular descendant simply because inheritance is shuffled. Someone can be your genealogical ancestor without contributing a detectable piece of your genome today. That distinction is easy to miss. DNA remembers ancestry selectively. Just as archaeology preserves only certain objects, genetics preserves only certain biological traces. Every archive has gaps. The group continues. By midday, sunlight breaks through the clouds and begins drying the vegetation. An older person stops beneath a tree while others collect food nearby. You think about population bottlenecks again. A bottleneck occurs when a population becomes much smaller for a period. Reducing genetic diversity. Signs of ancient bottlenecks appear in human genomes, but interpreting them is difficult. A genetic reduction might reflect a severe fall in numbers. It might also reflect groups becoming isolated, only some populations contributing to later descendants, or changes unfolding across long periods. This is why the dramatic idea of humanity being reduced to one tiny band has become less convincing than popular retelling sometimes suggests. The genetic record points to difficult demographic periods. It does not necessarily provide one cinematic near-extinction scene. Real population history is usually more complicated. Groups shrink, others expand, some vanish, others merge. A community may disappear genetically because its descendants are absorbed into a larger population rather than because everyone dies. You remember the Neanderthals. Their disappearance as a distinct population did not erase their ancestry. Fragments survive in billions of people today. That is a different kind of survival, not a separate community continuing unchanged, an inheritance dissolved into other populations. The same principle applies to groups we may never identify by name. Geneticists sometimes detect ancestry that does not fit neatly with known fossil populations. These patterns can suggest contact with ancient groups whose physical remains have not yet been securely identified. Such populations are sometimes described informally as ghost populations. The phrase sounds mysterious enough for a late-night story, but the idea is quite practical. If genetic data show that one population inherited DNA from another deeply separated lineage, then some ancestral group must have existed even if archaeologists have not found its bones. You look toward the distant hills. Perhaps people are living there whose descendants will someday leave genetic traces but no fossils anyone recognizes. Africa is especially important in this discussion, because Homo sapiens has such deep roots there. African population history is extraordinarily complex. Genomic studies suggest long periods of population structure, repeated separation, and later mixing among groups across the continent. Some analyses have proposed contributions from deeply diverged African lineages. Exactly how those signals should be interpreted remains unresolved. They might reflect interbreeding with archaic populations. They might instead result from very old population structure within Homo sapiens ancestors. Better ancient DNA from African environments would help enormously. But warm climates often destroy DNA quickly, once again. Preservation shapes what can be known. Cold caves can protect genetic material for astonishing lengths of time. Hot, humid soils are much less cooperative, so the geographic pattern of ancient genomes is biased. It does not necessarily show where people were most important. It shows where DNA happened to survive. The afternoon becomes warm. A child splashes through shallow water. An adult tells them to stop. The child continues at a slightly reduced level of enthusiasm, which appears to satisfy nobody. You smile. The ordinary moment sits beside the extraordinary thought that this child's descendants might carry genetic evidence of migrations no one will remember. No written genealogy needs to survive. No family name needs to continue. Biology moves quietly forward. Later, the group encounters another small community. The meeting's relaxed. Food is exchanged. Several people clearly know one another. Perhaps relatives are reconnecting. Perhaps one person will leave with the visitors tomorrow, if that happens. Both cultural knowledge and genes may move between communities. A tool technique can travel with a person. A story can travel. A word can travel. A genetic lineage can travel too. Human migration is therefore not only bodies moving across maps, it is information moving in several forms at once. By evening, both groups sit around one fire. The light reaches a wider circle than usual. You look from face to face. Every person contains layers of ancestry, some recent, some unimaginably old. Their descendants may one day carry fragments from Homo sapiens populations that separated thousands of years earlier. Some may carry Neanderthal ancestry, some Denisovan ancestry, some genetic contributions from populations not yet known to science. No individual experiences themselves this way. They are simply people. The categories belong to future researchers. Perhaps that is worth remembering. Terms such as Neanderthal, Denisovan, lineage, migration, and admixture are useful tools for understanding the past. But lived reality consisted of individuals meeting other individuals, a stranger becoming familiar, a child being born, a family moving, a community joining another. The genetic record is built from personal events stripped of their personal details. Night settles. The fire reflects in the wet ground. Someone begins speaking. You still cannot understand the language, but you recognize the social scene. People exchange memories while another archive quietly passes between generations inside their cells. Stone can reveal technology. Bones can reveal anatomy. Sediments can reveal environment. DNA can reveal relationships. Together, these fragments have begun filling portions of the missing human story, but none of them provides everything. The deeper you travel, the clearer that becomes. The missing 80,000 years were never one blank space waiting for a single discovery. They are millions of missing moments scattered across changing landscapes. Tomorrow, you will look back across all of them, the vanished camps, the drowned coasts, the extinct human populations, the forgotten languages, the fragile art. The journeys encoded in living bodies, and perhaps the silence will no longer seem quite so mysterious. Morning arrives almost without announcement. The sky simply becomes lighter. Mist lifts from the ground in thin layers, revealing the same kind of landscape you have crossed again and again during this journey. Grass, stone, water, a few scattered trees, smoke rising from a camp that will eventually disappear so completely that future people may never know it existed. You stand near the edge of the sleeping area and look back. Not physically. The distances behind you are too great for that. You look back through everything you have seen. The small human bands moving through Africa, the journeys beyond familiar landscapes, the encounters with Neanderthals, the almost invisible Denisovans, the nights beside ancient fires, children learning from adults, stone tools carrying knowledge that began long before the person holding them was born, languages spoken constantly and preserved nowhere, climate changing around communities that had no written record of temperature, coastlines shifting, boats rotting, pigments fading, DNA quietly carrying fragments of meetings no story remembered. The missing years no longer feel empty. They feel crowded, around 60,000 years ago. There are no cities in the modern sense, no written archives, no royal inscriptions, no tax records, no monuments announcing the names of rulers. And because later history trained you to depend on those things, it is easy to treat everything before them as a kind of waiting room. Civilization has not started yet. Writing has not started yet. Agriculture has not started yet. So perhaps, the old assumption goes, nothing much is happening. But now you know better. Human history does not begin when someone writes it down. Writing changes how history survives. That is different. You walk through the camp one final time. A woman is checking a stone edge. A man repairs a binding on a wooden shaft. Someone carries water. An older person speaks to two younger listeners. A child is drawing in the soil. Each action is small. None will receive a date in a textbook, yet each belongs to an enormous system of culture. The stone tool exists because someone taught someone else. The water is collected because people remember where it can be found. The children survive because adults invest years in caring for them. The route ahead exists because previous travelers carried knowledge of it. Culture is already accumulating. It is simply doing so without libraries. You stop beside the child. Several lines have been drawn into the dirt. Perhaps they represent nothing. Perhaps they represent something important. You no longer feel an urgent need to decide. That is another thing the journey has taught you. Deep prehistory rewards patience with uncertainty. A fragment is not always an answer. Sometimes it is permission to ask a better question. When archaeologists discover a carved object, they can describe its material, age, manufacturing technique, and archaeological context. Meaning is harder. When geneticists identify ancient admixture, they can demonstrate that populations met and had descendants. They cannot tell you what those individuals thought of one another. When researchers reconstruct a climatic shift, they can estimate rainfall or temperature. They cannot hear the conversation of a family deciding whether to leave a drying valley. The science is powerful. The silence remains. You walk toward the river. Water moves slowly between stones. Someone kneels nearby and fills a container made from organic material. That container will probably vanish. The stone beside it may survive. This simple difference has shaped almost everything modern people imagine about the deep past. Durable materials dominate museums because durable materials survived. They don't necessarily represent the majority of prehistoric life. Think of everything you have encountered that rarely preserves. Wooden shelters, carrying bags, cord, nets, clothing, painted skin, hair decorations, plant foods, medicinal knowledge, songs, names, humor, rules, affection, arguments, promises, fear, memory. Perhaps most of human culture has always consisted of things archaeology cannot directly recover. The river keeps moving. You follow it downstream in the distance. The landscape opens into a broad plain. Animals are grazing there. A group of people stands watching them. The scene could belong to many different moments in the last 100,000 years. That continuity is important too. Humans changed enormously through culture, but they did not become a completely different kind of being every few thousand years. The people around you possess bodies and brains belonging fully to Homo sapiens. Their emotional worlds are inaccessible in detail, but you do not need to imagine them as simple creatures. They faced complex social relationships. They learned, they planned, they cooperated, they made choices. They raised children who needed long periods of care. They traveled through environments requiring detailed knowledge, and they interacted with other human populations closely enough for some of those encounters to survive genetically into the present. One of the strangest lessons from modern research is that the human family was more diverse than anyone realized only a few generations ago. Neanderthals were once presented as an evolutionary dead end. Then their DNA appeared inside living people. Denisovans were not even recognized as a distinct population until genetic analysis of tiny remains revealed them. Other ancestral populations may still be detectable, mainly as unusual genetic signals. The number of named human groups in prehistory may therefore reflect the limits of discovery as much as the true diversity that existed. Tomorrow, another fossil could complicate everything again. That possibility does not weaken the story. It makes it alive. You continue across the plain. The sun is warmer now. Several people are gathering plants while others examine tracks. You remember the old image of prehistoric humanity marching confidently toward progress. Stone becomes metal, caves become houses, villages become cities, writing appears, history begins. But real cultural change does not move in a straight line. Technologies can appear and disappear. Small populations can lose skills. Groups can separate for thousands of years. Ideas can spread rapidly and then vanish. A technique useful in one environment may be pointless in another. Even behaviors that appear highly sophisticated to modern eyes can occur early, disappear from the visible record, and return later. That is why terms such as behavioral modernity have become more complicated. There may never have been one sudden moment when the human mind switched into its modern form. Instead, different capacities express themselves in different combinations across regions and times. Population size mattered. Connections between groups mattered. Environment mattered. Tradition mattered. Chance mattered. Human culture may have flickered before it blazed. You reach a low ridge. From here you can see several distant camps represented only by faint smoke. That sight helps explain something else. Prehistory was not experienced by one humanity moving together. Thousands of groups lived separate stories simultaneously. While one population followed a coast, another lived hundreds of kilometers inland. While one group encountered Neanderthals, another never saw them. While some communities endured drought, others lived beside reliable rivers. One population might develop a particular ornament tradition while another did not. The phrase humans, 60,000 years ago, hides tremendous diversity. There was no single prehistoric lifestyle, only local lives. You sit on a warm stone below, children are moving between adults. The smallest one trips, rises, and continues. Someone laughs quietly. A few minutes later, the entire moment is over. No artifact forms. No archaeological layer records the laughter. It is gone, and perhaps this is the best way to understand the missing 80,000 years. History has not necessarily lost the exceptional events alone. It has lost ordinary moments in quantities too large to imagine. Meals eaten, journeys completed, births witnessed, people welcomed into new groups, storms survived, tools repaired, stories repeated, names spoken, games invented, people waking in the night because someone nearby is snoring with prehistoric determination. Billions of small moments once formed complete lives. Nearly all vanished. Late afternoon reaches the camp. You walk back toward the fire one final time. Someone has begun roasting food. The smell drifts across the clearing. A wooden tool rests against a rock. Ochre stains one person's fingertips. A shell ornament catches the light at another person's neck. None of these details looks grand enough to become a historical era. That is precisely why they matter. Civilization will eventually build monuments. Writing will preserve names. States will count populations. Later historians will inherit documents and dates. But for most of humanity's existence, people lived outside those systems. Their absence from written history is not evidence of insignificance. It is a problem of preservation. The fire brightens as evening approaches. You sit with the group. Perhaps this camp will last another week. Perhaps everyone leaves tomorrow. Perhaps descendants return next season. There's no way to know. Eventually, even this landscape will change. The river may shift. The vegetation may disappear. Sea levels may rise far away. Populations may move. Languages may split. Some descendants may cross mountains. Others may cross seas. Their genetic histories will mix with strangers. Their cultural traditions will transform. The story continues without anyone knowing it needs to be preserved for you. That final thought feels strangely comforting. History did not need witnesses from the future in order to matter. These people did not require monuments to make their lives real. They were here. They experienced morning cold. They noticed smoke. They became hungry. They learned where water could be found. They watched children grow, they remembered people who had died, they looked at the night sky, and somewhere among those countless communities, generations carried forward the ancestry that would eventually reach you. The missing years are not the whole before the human story. They are most of the human story. Only the pages are gone. Word count 1185. The fire is lower now. You remain seated beside it while the people around you gradually settle into sleep. The landscape has become very quiet. A few voices continue for a while, then soften. Someone adjusts a hide over a child. Another person places a wooden tool beside the hearth where it can be found easily in the morning. The stars above the camp are bright. There is no need to follow the journey any farther tonight. The drowned coastlines can remain beneath the sea. The forgotten languages can rest where time left them. The Denisovan caves can become still again. The footprints may fade. The pigments may wash away. The wooden boats may return to earth. You have followed the fragments as far as they can take you. And perhaps that is enough. You do not need every missing name. You do not need every lost story restored. It is enough to know that silence was never emptiness. Behind that silence were people waking beneath cold skies, sharing food beside small fires, watching animals cross distant plains, carrying children over difficult ground, and speaking words that mattered deeply, even though no one would ever write them down. The fire settles into red embers. Warmth remains close to the ground. Beyond it, darkness stretches gently across the valley. The people sleeping here do not know the future. They do not need to. Morning will bring water to collect, tools to repair, paths to follow, and stories to continue, for now. There's only the quiet night, only the soft movement of air through the grass, only the last warmth of the fire against your face. And slowly, even the ancient landscape begins to fade. The stars blur, the voices disappear. The fire becomes one final point of orange light. Then that too grows dim. Sweet dreams,